Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 19, 2024 Public Board meeting of the Halton District School Board. I would like to extend a special welcome to our guests, both in person and online. Trustees this evening will be present both in person and online. Joining us in person are trustees Amos, Baxter, Bryden, Daniele, Gray, Oliver, Rocha, Shuttleworth, and Zhang, as well as student trustees Sherbalin and Alan Zanov. Trustee Ahmed is going to be joining us online shortly. Director Ennis, please let us know which staff are in attendance this evening.
Thank you so much, Chair Collard, and good evening, everyone. Good to see you. We do have a full slate of staff here this afternoon to support the meeting.
Thank you. Tonight, Trustee Sherbalin will be honoring the land.
Thank you, Chair Collard. We begin by acknowledging the land and our responsibility to care for and respect all that provides us with life. This land upon the HDSB is on the ancestral treaty and tidal lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Mississauga nations, now known as the Mississaugas of the Credit. Mississauga territories in the past and present continue to host both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. The HDSB is committed to continuous knowledge building with respect to actions that address and resolve the ongoing impacts of colonialism. We do this by learning and understanding the true history, treaty obligations, duties, and responsible and Indigenous rights, while actively maintaining mutually beneficial relationships and collectively respecting and caring for the land.
Thank you, Trustee Sherbalin. Now we are up to item 1.5, approval of the agenda, and since this is a special board meeting, there are no opportunities to adjust this evening's agenda. Trustee Gray, would you like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
And Trustee Bryden, would you make a motion to second, please?
Yes.
Is there any discussion regarding the approval of this agenda? Trustee Rocha.
Through you, Chair, I recognize that this is a special board meeting, and as per our governance bylaws, an agenda for a special board meeting does not contain a consent agenda. And on that, I would ask to strike Section 3, the consent agenda, from the special board meeting.
Consider it so struck. Is there any other comment or question regarding tonight's agenda for the special board meeting? As amended. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Are any of those reports, do they need to be seen as part of the agenda before September?
No, they don't. It's minutes of committee of the whole from our sorry, I'm looking at the wrong agenda. They are the consent agenda items for the board minutes, the order paper, administrative procedure update, approved minutes of committee of the whole, proceeds of disposition strategy update, Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee update, quarterly capital update, interim operating and capital financial report. We don't have to see them. It would be good for us to see them, especially I would think the interim operating and capital financial report, which is why it's there. However, if it's not in our bylaw to have a consent agenda, what we could do is pull these items and just put them in the information section. Would that be your suggestion?
That would be my suggestion.
Okay, we will pull these items with the exception of the minutes and put them into the information items section for this evening. Are there any other speakers to the agenda? Trustee Shuttleworth.
Hi, yeah, thank you through your chair. As I said in notes prior to me, I'm just a little bit confused. Again, my recollection could be foggy, but my understanding of a special board meeting is to deal with the special issues that have come before the board. By continuing to add things, I don't know that it's a special board meeting as much as a board meeting that we had deemed necessary a while ago and having 2 in June. Like, I remember when we spoke about going back to 1 board meeting a month, we said, but June is always heavy, so we will always have 2 scheduled meetings in June. So I'm just a little bit unclear as to, and it's just a technicality, but really, I think we need to be mindful that if we are having what is called a special board meeting, we're following the rules that govern a special board meeting. If it's just a rescheduled meeting, I think that gives us a little bit more leverage and leeway in how we're planning the meeting. Just a point of clarity, please.
Through you, Chair Collard. Perhaps I can offer a couple of words. I think the comments are well taken, Trustee Shuttleworth. The original intent, as I think trustees remember, was that this final board meeting was going to be a final review of the final items for the year. And so there are a number of ratification items that are there. As you can see, there are also information items under the consent agenda that were on the report tracker that has on the report schedule that trustees were also made aware that were coming to this meeting. And so as a result, as in an attempt to not bring that information forward, the consent agenda was kept in the agenda because it was in the report schedule that it would come to this meeting. Further, I understand the considerations around special board meetings, and certainly under Robert's rules, it doesn't say that you can't deal with consent agenda items or information items, and our bylaw also doesn't say that we can't deal with that. What a special board meeting is meant to do is to deal with one or many items, and as long as they are listed on the agenda, they are sort of fair game. So, but I do think the terminology is not exact as people generally understand it. So that's fair. That's a fair comment, and perhaps we can take that back for future or for next year. If there is to be a second board meeting, it shouldn't be labeled as special, and that's fair enough. So perhaps maybe just because it is on the board agenda, I would say if trustees wouldn't mind perhaps considering it, even if it's just for receipt, just because there is a lot of information that is on that consent agenda, but your point is well taken, and certainly something that we can look at. It was on that May report as a special board meeting, so changing the terminology at the last minute also didn't seem like it would strike the right balance. So, but well taken.
Thank you. And again, just a quick follow-up through you, Chair, to General Manager Khan. Almost slipped there. Yeah, and I appreciate. I just worry, because for me, when I think of what a special board meeting is, it elevates it, right? So it makes it special. Whereas when I look at this board meeting, it's the exact same as all the other board meetings. Like, it's got the same routine, the same system, the same agenda as a regular board meeting. So I just think, as a board, we want to be mindful as to how we approach things, just to ensure that if we are having a special, in my opinion, what elevates it, meaning that it is truly special. So it's just a technical point, but just wanted to make sure that you were aware. Thanks so much. I appreciate that.
That's well taken and very valid. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And in response to General Manager Khan's comments that consent agenda is allowed in a special board meeting, then I would think that we would maintain the agenda as is, because we really aren't supposed to change a special board meeting agenda. I did announce that we're not supposed to change it. So if it is allowed per Robert's rules, then I see no reason to change the agenda in any way, shape, or form.
And just to clarify on that point, what Robert's rules say about special board meetings is that anything that is on the agenda of a special board meeting is what is to be dealt with. So that could be information items, it could be items for decision. As long as it's on the agenda and nothing changes, then that's fair game. They need not be action items, I guess is the point I'm trying to make there.
Okay, so then I'm proposing we proceed with the agenda as presented. Trustee Rocha.
Through you, Chair. So I guess to my earlier point is the reason why I asked to strike it from the agenda is because our governance bylaws do stipulate that there is no consent agenda at the special board meeting, and also at Committee of the Whole in April when we discussed this specific meeting, it was also announced at that meeting that there would be no consent agenda items. So to that effect, that is why I requested to have that removed. In addition, I had also asked for some items to be added and was told that we're going to be dealing with items that need to be decided on. And the items I requested to put on this agenda were not put on there and will now be dealt with in September. So I think there's confusion as to what a special board meeting is, but our bylaws do stipulate that there is no consent agenda.
Can you just let me know where it is in the bylaw that it says that?
Yep, I've got a copy of the special board meeting agenda, and there's no room for consent agenda items.
So just on the template?
Based on the template and based on what was said at the committee of the whole meeting in April.
Okay, so this is based purely on a mock-up of what our agendas should be like for special board meetings. But it does say in our bylaws as well that we may sometimes add things that are not on the template.
I'm also repeating what was said at the April committee of the whole meeting, that the second meeting in June was going to be a truncated meeting and there would be no consent agenda items on the agenda.
Okay, fair enough. The question begs, if we remove these items from the consent agenda and move them into the body of the meeting, that means that we are actually making the meeting longer instead of shorter. And it is a truncated meeting because it doesn't have all of the same bits and pieces that a normal meeting has. Do we wish to have a longer meeting or do we wish to have a consent agenda?
We can do whatever the will of the board is, but if we're going to make an exception to adding the consent agenda, then I would like an explanation as to the items I requested to put on the agenda. I was told no, because it's a special board meeting. And so we would deal with them in September. So we're not playing a fair game. But I am open to whatever the board wants to do.
I believe you did get an explanation as to why your agenda item, it was one item, was not allowed, and it was because it had no immediacy. And these items, when I look at this agenda, have immediacy. So I'm putting forward the vote on the agenda. I guess we don't have unanimous consent. So I will put forward a vote on the agenda. Please cast your votes. It's not been amended. It says as amended on the motion, but it's not amended. The words as amended have been removed. Go ahead and vote.
Can you please read the motion as well? Thank you.
Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the June 19th, 2024 agenda. I know. Just a second. Seem to be having no end of fun tonight. Let's try this again. There you go. Yes. Still waiting on one vote. Okay, that motion passes. In favor are trustees Amos, Daniele, Bryden, Zhang, Gray, Collard, and Oliver. Opposed, trustees Shuttleworth, Baxter, and Rocha. Thank you. Delegations, presentations to the board, and we have none this evening, so except for the Inspire Awards. So I will pass the gavel to trustees Gray and Shuttleworth, the co-chairs of the Inspire Awards.
It's on.
It's on. Yeah. I will pass the gavel to trustees Gray and Shuttleworth, the co-chairs of the Inspire Awards, to preside over this evening's awards.
All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for our gallery for coming. This is, of course, always my favorite part of the meeting because this is when we recognize people who've really given back and gone above and beyond to support our board, our students within our board, and our communities that our boards serve. Tonight, we have 3 awards to give in person and numerous awards that are going to be given later at the school. I'm going to just start off by congratulating the people who have not been able to join us tonight. We have Katie Atwell from TA Blakelock, Krista Karen from Dr. Frank J. Hayden, Todd Ford and Terry Rudd from Burlington Central, Carrie Johnson from the JWS Singleton Center, Linda Lee from Tecumseh, Emma McDonald from Paul A. Fisher, Jennifer Maggio from Charles Bodwin, Sarah Phillips from Chris Hatfield, Roseanne Phillips from Tecumseh, Stephanie Thompson from Alton Village, and Maggie Zaccato from Milton District High School. So those are Inspire Awards who have chosen to receive their awards at a later date at their school. Congratulations to them all. However, we have some people that are here today who have chosen to receive their awards in person. We're going to start off with Tanya Vardy, who is our Indigenous Student Support at the New Street Educational Center. And Chair Collard will be presenting the award to you. So come on up, Tanya. So Tanya, in your role as Indigenous Student Support at the New Street Education Center, you have been a remarkable role model for our Indigenous youth, always willing to go above and beyond with a heart on your sleeve. When you were informed about a student facing issues at a school, you immediately met with the student. You spent time together at the school, engaging in a tour and art activities, which left the student feeling inspired and ready to face the week. Your involvement provided a unique and meaningful youth connection. Your poise and positive energy are truly remarkable. You show Indigenous youth that with hard work and determination, anything is achievable. You share knowledge on various aspects of Indigenous culture, including cooking and crafting, and your infectious dedication and influence extend to many Indigenous youth in Halton. Tanya, by staying true to yourself and to your culture, you have been able to inspire so many individuals. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we have, I've got a vision in my head, Stephanie Gumaniak from Lakeshore Public School, and Trustee Bryden will be presenting the award. Stephanie, you are truly a one-of-a-kind teacher at Lakeshore Public School. Since joining the school community, you have transformed students with your contagious attitude, love, and warmth. You have created a supportive and loving classroom environment where students check in on one another, show kindness and respect, and confidently find their voices. Kindergarten students have been overheard encouraging each other with phrases like, "You are ready for grade 1. I can help. And you can do it. I know you can." Your supportive attitude inspires parents as well, who see your enthusiasm for activity, patience during difficult drop-offs, and encouragement to explore new things. You start each day with affirmations and meditations, building on students' self-confidence and mental health and well-being. encouraging patience, love, and support. You encourage students to believe in their abilities, which is a reflection of the positive and lasting impact you leave on the students, so that they believe in their own abilities. Students share their belief that I am going to change the world, and Stephanie, you truly have. Thank you so much. Okay, next up we have Jessica Hu from Charles R. Baudouin, and Trustee Zhang will give out the award.
Rolling medals. Rolling medals.
So sorry. Rolling medals. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jessica. So Jessica, because here's where I knew I saw Charles R. Baudouin. Oh, so during your time as vice principal at Baudouin, it says here, is that correct?
I was there last year.
So I'm thinking that's what they're talking about. I think this is an award for your time at Baudouin as well as into Rolling Meadows, but I knew I'd seen Charles. I'm so sorry, everybody. Your thoughtfulness and consideration towards staff and student was truly exceptional. You have consistently fostered a positive and supportive environment, viewing all aspects of school life through an equity lens. By bringing in speakers and resources to educate the community on Indigenous perspectives and realities, your passion to eradicate inequities sets an example for others to follow. Your dedication to staff well-being is evident through your genuine concern, active listening, and unwavering support. This all lends itself to the harmonious and collaborative work environment you have created. Jennifer, your commitment to being visible and engaged in the school community had a profoundly positive impact. Your leadership qualities and dedication to staff and students' well-being has been exemplary, inspiring others to challenge their own thinking and address systemic inequities. The ripple effect of your professionalism and equitable stance make everyone feel welcome, creating a successful learning environment for all. Your actions and leadership deserve recognition and appreciation for your lasting positive influence, not only at Rolling Meadows, but also at Charles R. Baudouin. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Congratulations to all of our Inspire Award winners this month. Now we get to hear the student trustee report, and this is the last student trustee report for this school year from trustees Sherbalin and Alamzanoff. We are very much looking forward to your report this evening.
Thank you so much, Chair Collard. For the final time, good evening to the Board of Trustees, senior staff, and those tuning in online. Trustee Alamzanoff and I cannot believe how quickly this year has flown by and that we are now delivering our final student trustee report of our term. It feels like just yesterday we were sitting down in these very chairs for the first time, and it's surreal to believe today is our last. The two of us were honored to spearhead Student Voice this year through several impactful initiatives. So join us, if you will, on a trip down memory lane as we reflect on several student achievements of the school year and say our farewells as we part ways with the HTSP system.
Starting off with the Student Senate updates per usual. So Trustee Sherbalin and I, alongside our staff advisors, trustee mentors, and incoming student trustees, have been engaging in several reflections on the Senate's progress and structures this past school year. A debrief meeting took place on Monday, June 17th, where a productive feedback session took place regarding the Senate meetings, Senate subcommittees, regional breakouts, and newly founded junior council. As previously spoken, given Trustee Sherbalin and I's lived experiences as student Senate co-chairs and student trustees, we hope to streamline various Senate structures. This is to ensure that Senate initiatives can be executed more effectively and become more action-oriented by capitalizing on potential of its fantastic student senators through delegation of responsibilities, while also allowing student trustees to widen their scope to focus on further advocacy-based goals.
Many of these changes come in the form of Student Senate Constitution changes to be brought by Trustee Alamzanoff and I in the remainder of our term. Such changes will then be passed by the Senate in the next school year by our incoming student trustees. Although changes are currently in the ideation stage, some proposals include the addition of a Senate co-chair to lead student Senate meetings so student trustees can take on that student liaison role of contributing those board ongoing, junior council co-chairs to dedicate more time to some of our most passionate student leaders, as well as an additional elementary regional director to support region-specific projects that secondary students have currently been tackling, but elementary students would like to be let in on. Further long-term goals include smooth-lining the senator nomination process to happen the year before, choosing those senators that year before to allow for a more smooth transition of the Senate from year to year, Indigenous identifying student representatives on Senate, as well as in utilizing student trustee candidates for additional responsibilities. Although some of these changes may seem drastic, Trustee Alamjanov and I want to ensure that such changes are slowly rolled out over the school year and will most likely be implemented, and some may most likely be implemented in that distant future.
Furthermore, recommendations will be provided to the incoming student trustees reflecting on projects and events the two of us dedicated their time to and identifying which were the most impactful. This is to ensure that future student trustees, especially our incoming senators, can manage this role more effectively to projects that support as many students as possible.
In other news, the student senators, alongside Trustee Alamjanov and I, are preparing our student newsletter to go out at the end of the year with our end-of-year remarks, as well as we were able to participate in sharing some of that student senate contributions in that end-of-the-year message going out with the director and the chair.
Moving on to the update that many of you here already are aware of, but at the Committee of the Whole meeting on June 12th, Trustee Sherban and I had the pleasure of leading a cumulative presentation and summarizing our student advocacy work throughout the year on the topic of artificial intelligence in education, which has been our passion project for the last year. We've highlighted some of the numbers we obtained from the annual Have Your Say survey on student, staff, and parent experiences with AI and its future presence within our education system. We also provided our recommendations for future developments we would like to see implemented with artificial intelligence within the Halton District School Board based on the collected data. The recording of our presentation and then all of the information mentioned is available on the board website for those of you who like to view it afterwards, and the slides we spoke to also have been sent to all trustees and senior staff for future reference. Having said that, we are also hoping to film a video with our communications team to present the findings and recommendations mentioned previously in a more engaging format before the end of the school year.
And lastly, to make sure that student advocacy on AI carries in the future, Trustee Alamjanov and I are hoping to draft a letter to the ministry to provide them our perspectives and experiences to assist them in the development of future provincial-wide artificial intelligence investment. Considering the timelines, unfortunately, we will not have the chance to pass that motion personally, but we are leaving that off to our incoming student trustees who will be able to do so in the upcoming school year.
Furthermore, Trustee Sherban and I have also embarked on some exciting school visits over the past 2 weeks to over 11 schools across the region, allowing student trustees to visit elementary schools for the first time in HDSB history. This was done for another amended version of the student trustee outreach report by our predecessors, Trustee Wang and Ruggiero, with both reports consisting of specific school-based findings as well as holistic recommendations to the board directed from various student voices which we consulted. Such reports are to be sent out to senior staff and trustees by the end of the school year, as well as to principals, student councils, and student senators as part of our next school year.
A huge thanks to Heritage Glen, Udanawi, Escarpment View, Brookdale, Forest Trail, Irma Colson, Post Corners, Tigerjeet Singh, LC McGill Secondary School, and TA Blakelock High School for their hospitality, accommodations, and privilege they gave us in allowing us to visit their vibrant schools. Key concerns in the elementary setting discovered include the prevalence of harmful and discriminatory language in the classrooms, the need for more extracurricular opportunities from field trips to sports and leadership opportunities, especially for those junior grades in between that grade 4 to 6 range, as well as safety in the bathrooms with cleanliness and vaping presence. On the flip side, elementary students are proud to see healthy snack bins being present in almost all their schools, a strong sense of school community in HDSB schools, as well as amazing staff supports in their work.
Moving on to the end-of-year review. So as we look back on the 2023-2024 school year, there have been many W's, or wins, for lack of a better term. For the first time in student trustee elections history, we had record-breaking voter turnout across all regions, with over 5,400 students voting for their student voice representative to sit at the very table, doubling any and all prior voter turnout records. 75 election booths took place at HDSB schools across the districts at both elementary and secondary schools, providing students with over 11,000 I voted stickers and thank you, as well as a thank you for their education, participation, student voice, and democracy within the HDSB.
A strong partnership was formed with the Halton Learning Foundation, otherwise known as HLF, and the HDSB Student Senate, dating back to the very start of Trustee Alamjanov and I's term, allowing for senators to lead their own fundraisers at their respective schools, students to be educated on HLF services, and for Senate's contribution to be over $10,000 to the $29,000 raised during April HLF month.
Another first in HSB history was the formation of Junior Council, which was advocated for by trustees for K-5 and 5 and K-6 as school administrators 4 years prior to ensure these schools have a voice at the table. 2 inspiring and heartwarming meetings took place this school year with over 30 Trailblazer grade 5 and 6 students who led further spirits, mental health, and student voice initiatives in their own respective schools.
The Human Rights Symposium was entirely spearheaded by the Student Trustees, Student Equity Committee, and of course the phenomenal student panelists, which allowed for the student voice to be centered at the forefront of such crucial conversations within our school board.
And of course, as all of you know, being one of the province's student pioneers of artificial intelligence was one of the strongest contributions within our term, whether through student, board, stakeholder, or provincial consultation. We would not be prouder to have labeled AI as its role in education as a priority, as a direct response to the student voice we received. Trustee Sherban and I thank you for all the willingness to hear out our voices and adapt our ideas in some way, shape, or form over the next 4 years. This work is very neat and near and dear to our hearts, and we would not have been able possible without every one of your progressive attitudes towards new technologies that we hope other boards are inspired to adapt.
However, our HTSB Student Senate accomplished so much more than what Trustee Alamjanov and I were fortunate enough to work on. Throughout the year, the Student Senate subcommittees and regional breakouts kept very busy this school year. So just for time's sake, please look to our Student Trustee report to circulate in the minutes afterwards for a detailed list of their incredible contributions to our school board. Thank you to the 200 plus senators and external students who sat on those committees and did that incredible work to make sure our board has a better educational landscape for all HTSB students.
And then for our last operational updates, we wanted to give a huge shout out to our student mental health and equity committees, which have been initially created by predecessor student trustees and have been running independently for the past school year. The major projects of the Equity Committee has been running of the HDSB Human Rights Symposium and the Equity Committee Outreach Report, which they hope to continue working on next year. Meanwhile, the Mental Health Committee has initiated consultations on student perspective and wanted us to highlight their findings, including the fact that students desire more engagement and leadership opportunities related to mental health, like for example, mental health clubs, more involvement of adult authority figures in fostering better student mental health, acknowledgements of the impact of students' home lives on their well-being in schools, as well as cultural, family-specific aspects that affect the attitudes towards mental health.
So there will be a report that circles out to senior staff and student trustees that the mental health task force co-chairs have shared, so please look for that after the meeting. Moving on to some thank yous. It's been a busy year indeed, but none of these achievements would be possible without the help of many others on our journey as student trustees. We wanted to take a moment to acknowledge those contributions.
First, we would like to say the biggest thank you to all of you, being the trustees and senior staff of the Halton District School Board. Over the past year, you have welcomed us with open arms, encouraged Trustee Sherban and I to voice the concerns of students at the board table and beyond. We are very grateful for having the opportunity to collaborate with many of you on initiatives such as helping promote the Inspire work to students, consulting Superintendents Shaws, Flahat, and Frankovich on our work in AI, hosting workshops of the Parent Involvement Committee thanks to Superintendent Connor, and working alongside Superintendent Fowler on equity and school safety initiatives.
Next, we want to give the hugest shout out to our Senate staff advisors, Ms. Aiken, Ms. Gray, Ms. Elak, Ms. Gill, and of course the infamous Ms. Patello. These fearless women were a second family to us over the school year, from celebrating us at every single meeting we attended together, being willing to stop everything to help us oftentimes, no matter the hour, and having a passion to amplify student voice above all. We are lucky to have such amazing educators like them here in the HTSB. I know Trustee Alamjanov and I will miss bumping into them, seeking advice, and sharing a laugh with them amidst our meetings.
And although we give a shout out to the entirety of the boardroom already, there are two individuals across the table we would like to give a special thank you to, being our trustee mentors, Vice Chair Oliver and Trustee Bryden. Nearly half of our accomplishments would not have been possible without your advocating for us and our several initiatives, no matter how small or big. From Trustee Bryden utilizing his networks and fine-tuning our board reports to Vice Chair Oliver always being available and just a text away. You two are the reason we're able to speak and to deliver these reports and to feel confident in advocating for students at this very table. Words cannot describe how thankful we are for your guidance and mentorship that will carry on with us beyond this room.
Whew, okay, not gonna cry. Another big thank you to the communications department, Jason Meisner, Heather Francie, and most importantly, Summer Sweetman, for how seamlessly they allow student voice to be amplified. Whether it was recognizing our senators and student trustees through certificates, sending out media to across the system, whether it be around AI, student trustee elections, school visits, and so much more. HTSB students are so lucky to be so well informed on board ongoings that affect their education, all thanks to these amazing individuals who went above and beyond in every way imaginable to support us. Our deepest gratitude for all the support you've extended this school year.
A special thank you to Assistant Principal Shalita Walker, who played an instrumental role in facilitating the first ever student-led HDSB Human Rights Symposium, Mark Clare for always consulting with us about student engagements of HLF, helping us run the major Senate fundraising campaign to help financially support the students of the HDSB. A huge thank you to the IT department, who heard out student concerns with the student trustees voting system and supported the process to be as easy as possible for students to engage in the vital democratic process.
A couple more thank yous we promise to the trustees, board of directors, and employees across the province at OSTA ACO and OFSPA. Provincial advocacy was an honor for Trustee Alamjanov and I this year to represent the awesome HTSB at OSTA ACO and OFSPA initiatives, with its members welcoming us with open arms and inspiring us not only on several of the initiatives within our term, but also inspiring us into the leaders we are today. As per my role as Associate Vice President and Trustee Alamjanov's role as the Golden Horseshoe representative of OSTA ACO's Public Education Interest Group's cabinet, the two of us were fortunate enough to serve on projects dedicated to advocacy for menstrual equity, AI investment, student trustee resources, and further strategic planning of Student Voice's role in public education, directly to several educational stakeholders, which was a major highlight of our term. So a big thank you to them for their continued support and collaboration throughout this impactful journey and in fostering relationships that extend beyond our terms.
And lastly, a huge thank you to our one and only student senates. Although we do our best to stay engaged with all of the 67,000 students across the board that we represent, this group of students are the key player in ensuring that every school across the HDSB is well advocated for and heard on the board table. Their hard work on various projects and initiatives, from advocating for policy changes to organizing student events, has made a significant impact on our community, and they deserve endless recognition for their impact on our school board. Our role truly wouldn't be the same without them. And then, before we conclude our reports, just last things. Trustee Sherbalin and I would like to say some final remarks on our personal experiences with the student trustee role. So personally, my time in the Halton District School Board began many years ago when my mom and I moved to Oakville in 7th grade, and that was primarily because of the schools. And it's safe to say that we have not regretted that decision a single bit. Throughout my journey here, I've been fortunate enough to receive a world-class education and develop to become a comprehensive member of our society. Such quality was only possible because of the years of work of trustees, staff, parents, and students, present and past. And personally, it was a sense of duty for me to ensure that this opportunity continues to be available to students, and that was, for me, that was through student advocacy. I began my work in advocacy as a student senator of Pilgrim Wood Public School in 8th grade, later on taking roles of student senator of Ivy Park High School, and now student trustee. Over this time, I truly felt how influential student voice and representation is to ensuring that the experiences of kids in our school is the best that it can be, and I'm truly grateful to the board for making it possible to have students have their voice heard. Having said that, I'd also like to take an opportunity to reflect on my term as a student trustee. So, as busy and overwhelming as this role was, it was truly exceptional in many ways. I really had the chance to develop as a leader, as a public speaker, as a friend of many students across this board. And it was truly, an opportunity of a lifetime to dive into learning about the functionalities of the school board and working on policy work from behind the scenes. And the board does an absolutely amazing job in ensuring that student trustees feel supported and heard, and that they're able to represent the student voice effectively throughout term as student trustees. And although we did say already many thank yous to, pretty much everyone on this board, I would like to give one last thank you to my being Trustee Sherbalin. We first met each other when we were running for the student trustee role the past February, and although potentially we have not started off on the best terms, we have made our amends. We had many great times together. We had many highs. We had many lows. And we're really truly able to develop a friendship and a bond with each other that truly will continue to exist, I'm sure, for many years. She has been such an amazing person to work alongside with. She was always the one that I could count on when I was struggling. She was always the one that I could have counted on to be there for me when during the tough times of this term, and I could not have chosen or could not have asked for a better coach to be serving my term with. So yeah, big thank you to Trustee Sherbalin and the Halton District School Board for the past year as a student trustee.
Okay, so That's a tough act to follow, but to start off, education has meant a lot to me and my family. A little fun fact you may not know about me is I come from a long line of teachers and principals who, even going back to my great-great-grandparents back home in Sri Lanka, where I originate from. So it's in my blood to love education. My parents raised me on the fundamentals of education. I was the kid in class who had the grade 1 project on the kitchen table, and we were all going at it, working on our hands together, just because that was what education was. It wasn't about learning the ABCs or the calculus when it came to time. It was about learning those life skills, learning those time management and work skills, and learning what education can do for you. Education changed the life of my parents when they immigrated to this country. They came here with nothing, surviving the Tamil Civil War, and education was what allowed them to bring up my family and to give us the life that we are so fortunate enough to live today. And for me, that educational journey started right here in the Halton District School Board. I was 4 years old when I went off to Tiger Jeet Singh Public School down in Milton. It was the year the school opened, so I was a little special. I got to have my hand printed on the wall, and just yesterday, actually, I got to go back as a student trustee and visit that school and compare my hand sizes. And although I'm tiny, so my hand hasn't grown too much, it was crazy to see how that little girl now is sitting at this board table in front of you all. And it's all thanks to what the HTSB has done for me, whether it's pivoting those extracurricular opportunities that allow me to try out cross country, or that, to be honest, I hated, to allow me to be a reader and do forest of reading and be a writer in the Polar Express competitions that my school offered, and then introduced me to this wonderful role of student advocacy. I found out about the student trustee role when I was younger than most of my peers. I was in like grade 5 and 6, and I was seeing those campaigns on social media, and I just thought it was so beautiful that all these students came together and they discussed their educational issues in such a heartwarming way that when they supported one another, but they were still able to hold the board accountable and say, this is what we want to see. These are the changes we want to see, not only for themselves, but the underdogs, the underrepresented students in our education that sometimes can't sit at this very table in front of us. Those opportunities to sit on Senate subcommittees of the mental health and learning achievement, and then work directly with educators on the mental health task force. I was in awe of everything our board does to commit themselves to student voice, to bettering the education of leaders. And I was definitely that student who watched in awe of student trustee elections. I had board meetings in the background as I was doing schoolwork, seeing how cool it was, seeing my predecessors give their little student trustee reports, and to think that I am sitting in this very chair giving a student trustee report to you all that I watched so eagerly, that I really yearned to be in this role. Anyone who knew me, who ran from the knew that I ran for the student trustee role, and knew that I just absolutely wanted. I just wanted to sit in this chair, wanted to be amongst all of you, and I cannot put into words how fortunate, how much of an honor of a lifetime it has been to sit in front of all of you. Whether I was overwhelmed by the role, or overwhelmed by schoolwork, or whatever it may have been, this role was truly a light. When I had meetings with Vice Chair Oliver and Trustee Bryden, and I got to sit at these board meetings, no matter how stressed I was about a chemistry test I had the next night, it was really just sitting here and watching all of the hard work each and every one of you do to make sure every single student in the HTSB feels heard, that made me go to bed at night knowing that I was leaving a legacy, that I was able to work with amazing, amazing students, and that I was able to really that day accomplish something, hopefully at least make one student in the HTSB's life just a little bit better. I know we've said a lot of thank yous, but I just wanted to echo some personal ones. I wanted to say thanks to the admin and staff at CKSS. I was our first student trustee ever elected, and they were just equally as excited as I was. They announced me on the announcements. Anytime they were like, this is our student trustee. I never had felt so special than when I was at CKSS, and they were very understanding of the workload and missing the classes and having to leave school to do all of this amazing work. I want to say a huge, huge thank you to my parents and my little baby sister, whether it was waiting outside board meetings like this one's, to sacrificing their personal and career lives just so I could live my dream out of doing this role to the best of my abilities. Their support is the reason I'm able to stand in front of you all today, and they sit in this chair with me, and they probably could, considering the way I debrief every single ongoing of the board, right to them when I get home. I want to say another thank you to the lovely, lovely young man that sits to my left, Sultan. I think he echoes it. We have had our ups and downs. We don't agree on every single conversation when it comes to education, but something that we do agree on is the love for this role. I am so honored that I get to share this role with someone who cares about it just as much as I do, who feels equally as honored. Sometimes I look at Sultan, watch him look around the room and be like, I'm just so grateful to be here. And I think that is so great to just be in this role with someone who loves it as much as I do, cares about it as much as I do, and knows how valuable it is to be that representative of student voice. So thank you for being there in the dark times, staying up at 1 a.m., writing all these board reports and things like that, losing some sleep with me. It was a joyride, and I wouldn't have asked to do it with anyone else. I wanted to say one last thank you to the students, the 67,000 students I represent, that Sultan and I represent, for putting their faith in us, for sending me your love when I'm posting a story of something that I'm doing with the board, holding me accountable and saying, hey, you said you were going to do this, what happened to that? Or suggesting a new idea that we could be doing. Allowing me to leave that legacy within the HDSB is the honor of a lifetime that's changed me into the person I am today. I'll always be an HDSB student. I'll always be a student trustee at heart. I'll be talking about it even in my 70s. And I thank anyone who's crossed my path for allowing me to sit at this decision table, allowing the child in me and the child within all the HDSB members to know they have a voice at this table, whether it's positive or negative, whether they're celebrating a win or they want to share a low. You all are here and you all are committed to listening to them. So thank you for changing my life and for helping me pursue my love for education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful report. And we do have a speaker on our speakers list, so I'm going to let Vice Chair Oliver say a few words.
Trustees Alim Janov and Sri Balan, thank you for your end of the year wrap up, and thank you for your words of gratitude. It was a pleasure and an honor to be your student trustee mentor. I really enjoyed working with you and getting to know you personally, and I will miss you. So for a few words of farewell to you, this is a bittersweet moment. We find ourselves at the end of not only your term as student trustees, but also at the end of your career as students with the Halton District School Board. It seems like only a short while ago that we first met to help you settle into your student trustee role. And now the work is behind you and you're graduating and moving on to your post-secondary education. Congratulations to you both on a tremendous term as student trustees with the Halton District School Board. Shrina and Sultan, on behalf of the trustees, I would like to acknowledge the incredible job you did representing the HCSB student body and accomplishing the goals you set out for yourselves and the Senate. You begin your term sharing your thoughts and ideas with the HCSB administrators at the Leadership Conference. You continued connecting with members of the Administrative Council as you worked through various topics and issues, and you did a fantastic job connecting with the HCSB student body throughout the year and keeping them appraised of your initiatives and your progress. You also opened up engagement and leadership opportunities for students from outside of the Senate and empowered younger students to share their ideas and opinions. Your implementation of the Junior Council was great, and it was wonderful to watch you interact with these younger students and support them in their leadership skills. Sultan and Shrina, you provided great leadership to the Senate and made sure that all senators felt welcome, included, and heard. The farewells and accolades at the end of your final Senate meeting were all a testament to the great relationships you built and how you inspired your peers by your mentorship and example. You leave a lovely legacy for the younger students. Thank you very much for your dedication to your role and to all of the HCSB students. We all enjoyed working with you and hearing about your work through your regular reports and your social media updates. We are very proud of you and your accomplishments. We hope that you have a happy summer, and we wish you all the very best as you begin a new chapter with your university studies in September. And now over to Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. I will briefly add that I sat here in September and listened to your initial student trustee report, and my eyebrows went up a little bit skeptically. There was an awful lot on your to-do list, and I was not at all confident that you were going to get to the bulk of it. But you did. And every 2 weeks you would come back, and the length of the list of the things that you accomplished in 2 weeks of time alongside a full plate of academic activities was thoroughly impressive. Congratulations on a job well done, and I wish you all the best everywhere that life takes you.
And we're not done yet. because Vice Chair Oliver would like to present you with something. So that was definitely a high point for tonight. We are now up to items under Section 3, our consent agenda. For approval, we have the Halton District School Board minutes from the meeting on June the 5th. And for receipt, we have the order paper, the administrative procedure review schedule, the approved minutes of the Committee of the Whole, May 22nd, the proceeds of disposition strategy update, the Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee update, the quarterly capital update, the interim operating and capital financial report, and correspondence to the board. So I'm going to put that on the table. Be it resolved that the HDSB approve the consent agenda and receive the information items for June 19, 2024. Trustee Zhang, would you make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Can I pull one of the report?
You can after we've got it on the table.
Okay, yes.
And Trustee Daniele, would you second this motion? Are there any items that need to be pulled? And please just go in on the Creston system if you would like to pull an item. Trustee Amos.
I'd like to pull the quarterly capital report.
Thank you. 3.2.5, the Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee report. Update, sorry, please.
Trustee Zhang.
3.2.5 Human Rights Report.
So the first item will be the quarterly report, capital update, and then we will get to the human rights report. So what would is the question regarding the quarterly capital update?
Thank you. Through you. Thank you very much for this update. It's great to see so many great things happening for all of the schools that are listed. But specifically regarding the Oakville Northeast No. 1 High School, I see that we're getting close to getting final grading approvals and a conditional site plan approval. My question is, when are we going to start breaking ground?
Thank you for the question. As an update to that, we are getting prepared to go to tender. We have been in contact with ministry staff, and they are aware of our budget constraints and concerns. And with that, they have asked us to review our design to see if there's any opportunities for cost savings, which will be a challenge. It's already, I think you're aware that we're already building to 90% of the benchmark and trying to achieve that metric. So I'm not sure that we have a lot of opportunity to go further. So at this point, we will start to inventory what we've done already. And see what that discussion with the ministry folks look like. I don't know if this is a new process given the new minister, or whether this is just feeling the pressure provincially, given that as other boards have gotten into their projects, they have been requesting additional funds from the ministry, to which, they've been responsive. They're aware, they're working with us, but they're also asking us to sharpen our pencil as well. But we are poised, the design is ready. We're waiting on the land to advance, and then we do expect to tender either later this summer or early fall.
Thank you for that. And thank you also for sharing the drawings for the school. I know the community would be thrilled to see. And I do know that you've already tried to make sure that everything is as lean as possible because the funding was already old and not up to current standard. So anything that I can do or any of the trustees could do to try and to help advocate, please let us know.
And Trustee Oliver.
Thank you for that. With a plan for midsummer of this summer, 2024 tender timeline, is there an average anticipated time period between the site plan approval, the tender, and then when you would be ready to break the ground, kind of on average?
So I'll say through the chair, that, in general, we are trying to align these so that when we do tender, that we can break ground on land that we own with the proper approvals. If we do misstep, that starts to cause challenges with our schedule around tender timelines and award and basically engaging services that can't quite get started. So, we're active. Our planning team is active in trying to secure the land, get us a deal, and get us our ownership. And we are advancing discussions with the town, and they're coming along nicely. So, like I say, if everything falls into place, late summer, early fall for the tender, the challenge will be what's the new process look like, because we don't suspect we'll close it within the current approved budget. So we will need to go back. And hopefully these discussions that we're having with the ministry now will help us to be in a better position to award quickly. And our hope is that we can get into the ground before winter. So kind of a timely and sequential order of operations as opposed to a stutter, stop, restart, stop again, restart.
And back to Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Through you, so Trustee Oliver twigged something. So this school has already been delayed because of having to change location. We've had this location now for a couple of years, but there's been some delay because of the rain last summer and trying to get the grading done. And this community desperately needs this school. White Oaks is bursting at the seams, and we really need to get the shovels in the ground so that we can get the school, because it takes about 3 years for the school to be totally finished. So we're already way past when we had initially promised the community we'd have the school. So it's getting desperate, in my opinion, now. So I think we need to really impress on the ministry that they had committed to having it back, way back when, and the fact that we are where we are now, if they drag their heels or change the process, it's going to cause us huge concerns and problems with the community who they also support. So again, anything we can do to help and with the town as well, please let us know.
Thank you. Moving on to the Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee update. I'll move first to Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair, I've been pleased to attend meetings this year as a trustee representative on this committee and hear the ongoing discussion about implementation of a system response tool for reporting incidents of racism and discrimination, as is described in the report. I just had a question. I'm not sure if it's to Director Ennis or to Superintendent Petco. Has there been any consideration given to including on the committee community members from all student identities who experience discrimination in the board?
So you're speaking about the composition of the HREAC. Superintendent Petco, would you like to speak to the composition of the HREAC?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair Collard, to you, Trustee Baxter. So that question is related to the perhaps our terms of reference around a criteria used to select organizations or individuals that join our committee. And certainly we have we've moved to an application process, so people will apply, or representatives of organizations will apply, and then we absolutely endeavor to ensure there's representation of individuals that reflect our students, student population. So yes, absolutely, that is what we endeavor to do.
Thank you. May I ask, when would the next opportunity be for community members or organizations to apply?
Yeah, I think right now I've got to see what our terms are. So we have some members who will be finishing their terms and others who are new to the group. So we will have to look, but shortly. We're anticipating next year for sure an application process coming out. Thank you for the question, Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. And Trustee Zhang.
Okay. Thank you, through Chair to Superintendent Petco. Thanks for giving me some background information about this report before the meeting. And now I have two questions to ask. One is one of the outcomes of the report of this work. So the committee sent the reports to some incidents to the community organizations. So those incidents, I think it's also important to trustees because we, as the board, we have the responsibility to do the prevention and early intervention. All the incidents, actually, these are the lessons we must learn, and we must take proactive actions. If in the future, is it possible to send all the trustees a copy of those incidents report? Thank you. That's the first question.
Through you, Chair Collard, to Trustee Zhang. So maybe I need to clarify what it means to report incidents. So when an incident occurs at Halton District School Board that is related to hate, bias, and racism, the trustee of the school that the trustee supports is absolutely notified initially. And then what we do is, based on what the incident might be, we endeavor to ensure that any of our community partners are notified, or organizations are notified as soon as possible as a proactive measure, so that they don't read about that serious incident through social media or other means before we proactively reach out. So there isn't an official, I'm clarifying, there's no official report that goes through the HREAC, and the HREAC as a committee would not be involved in these incidents. Certainly, we want to make all trustees aware, and I know when there is an incident, the board communications department through Director NSN through Chair Collard ensures that trustees are informed as best as possible. So thank you.
Okay, if those incidents are already covered by the board communication department, so that should be sufficient. And the second question about a new member of this school year, this PFLAG Halton. So I have this question because I did some research about this organization. From their website, they said they are advocacy of trans and queer. So I'd like to know, do we invite them to any PD activity or other workshop at HDSB?
Through you, Chair Collard, to Trustee Zhang, let me once again clarify that the new member that has joined perhaps may be affiliated with a certain organization, but it does not mean that we employ them or invite them to provide professional learning for the board. That is, there's a certain process through which every department goes through to ensure that professional learning is discussed, reviewed, and so forth. So just to clarify, right? Individuals, one of the criteria for the individuals that join our HREAC is that at some point, there are some experiences and understanding around anti-racism and anti-oppressive work.
Okay, so based on my understanding is we didn't invite them, they didn't participate in any PD activities. So my concern is still, so this, if we invite, we accept the one advocacy group to as a committee members, they are not service oriented. For example, we have the Halton Learning Funds and a lot of special education groups. They invited. They are a member of our committee. And for this one, if we have more that, in our PD session, we already have some LGBT educations already there in PD activity. Also, in our schools, we need to realize that we have the rainbow flag. This is all year round. So this is not a Pride Month, this is a Pride year. So if we must protect the LGBT community students, so that's not a question. So every student must be protected. And we also understand that this is a human rights code and that this is a protected ground. But if we have a lot of that, and we have inclusion policy, so we need to know what is the symbol about the traditional male, female, those represent those people. What is the symbol or flag in our school board? So if we have a lot of LGBT symbols in the school, then it becomes a advocacy of the school board, our board's position. It's not a protection, no longer protection. It becomes a promotion. So protection and promotion are very different. So we need to realize that. Thank you.
Trustee Zhang, thank you for the question. Certainly, as you have rightly established, as a board, we do make sure that we are protecting and providing the sense of belonging and safety for all our students, including our 2S LGBTQ plus students. Certainly the organization that you referenced is one that is highly respected and has done work right across this country, and one that we certainly would be very proud to be affiliated with. So we have absolutely, we reject the notion of indoctrination. We are absolutely providing a safe space that provides protection for all students, and we are proud to do so.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or items to be pulled, are there any objections to approving the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. We are now up to section 4, items for ratification action. Action items for June the 19th include 4.1.1, 2024 to 2025 budget approval, report 24091, submitted by Superintendent Nagoy. And I will put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 Halton District School Board PSAB operating budget in the amount of $929,636, and that the Superintendent of Business Services and Treasurer be authorized to proceed with the expenditure of funds as outlined in Appendix B. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 Halton District School Board PSAB capital budget in the amount of $187,731,409, and that the Superintendent of Business Services and Treasurer be authorized to proceed with the expenditure of funds as outlined in Appendix C. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 in-year deficit elimination plan in the amount of $1,805,000, and that the Superintendent of Business Services and Treasurer be authorized to action the plan as outlined in Appendix D. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board authorize staff to tender and award the 2024-2025 facility services projects, operations, and maintenance, either individually or combined, as outlined in Appendix E. Trustee Amos, would you make this motion?
Yes, I would.
Vice Chair Oliver, would you second this motion?
I second the motion.
Superintendent Nagoy, would you like to speak to this report? Thank you. And for the chair to all trustees, in front of you is the draft budget for next year. And although it is a very large budget, it comes with significant reductions as a result of some funding challenges. We are looking at starting the year with over 11 million in overall reductions and 125 less positions. I just wanted to mention it is a compliant budget, but it's a compliant budget with a deficit of 1.8 million. So we will be asking the approval of the board to use our accumulated surplus for one-time initiatives that are listed in the in-year deficit elimination plan. And as an added step, the Ministry of Education has to also approve those items. So we would be able to, with board approval, enact everything else other than those items on the in-year deficit elimination plan until such time that we receive approval, and that might be closer to the fall. So I will be keeping the board informed as to updates on that. I would like to just take this time. I know we've had many discussions, presentations. Everything is on our website, on our public website as well for review. But I would like to take this time to thank the trustees for your efforts and advocacy for public education funding, your passion, and your wisdom as we have engaged in this very lengthy and difficult budget planning session. And I would like to also thank the senior team. We've had so many discussions and debates in how we make this happen, how we do more with less, how we do things differently in order to mitigate the impact of the reductions that we have to identify. So thank you to my colleagues, and also a big thank you to my team who has worked behind many scenarios. I think this budget process has been at least twice as large in length than a normal budget, which usually is January to June. We've started in September and have done a lot of work on this. So I would like to acknowledge my team as well, who has put numerous hours, evenings and weekends behind the numbers in this report. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Ngoy. Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Through you. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Superintendent Ngoy, for all of your efforts on educating us, educating the public on what a deficit budget means and how we have arrived at the situation that we are in. I'd also like to, through you, thank all of the members of your staff and senior admin for all of your efforts, because you've always put students first. And this budget clearly proves that you have done everything you can do to make sure that students are at the heart of this, and any of the cuts that have had to be made have been made with students in mind. So thank you very much for all of that. My concern is, I believe we're as lean as we can get. And there is no room for any more trimming of the fat because we have no fat left. What's going to happen next year? Because I know we're going to be in this same difficult situation because the funding is not going to increase. It is not going to change. And while I do thank the MPPs for meeting with us earlier this week and agreeing to work with us to try and do the best for the community, I know there's only so many dollars that can be spread across the province. And unless some philosophical changes happen or some gaps that are out there around CPP and EI and supply teachers and that kind of thing happen, this is going to become worse and worse and worse. So I guess that's my question. What's going to happen next year? Because I am so worried about what is going to happen for this board, for our students and staff. And as far as I'm concerned, we have always been one of the best boards in the province, and it has shown in our results. We're one of the top boards always, and I don't want things to change, and I don't want to support students less. So I'm not sure what we're going to do.
Through Chair Caller to Trustee Amos, thank you for that question. Certainly the budget in front of trustees has no flexibility. And I am concerned as treasurer whether or not we're able to stay within those parameters. And we'll provide you with updates for the year as well as a revised budget. We may have a different financial position. There's a number of changes coming in terms of the labor negotiations being now finalized and how that will trickle through. Neither the revenues or the expenses are in. So once we put everything in, there might be a little bit of a different financial picture. So I am certainly concerned about that. There's no flexibility in this budget. In terms of next year, if nothing changes from a funding perspective, we still have a few very big funding challenges, unfunded statutory benefits for CPP and EI enhancements, the increasing cost of supply staff, the funding formula has not changed. However, the plan has changed in the meantime, and so have our costs. As well as the non-salary benchmarks that have not been increased in the last 15 years. And that really compresses our buying power in terms of replacing our technology, learning resources, and so forth in the system. So if I have to look into next year and nothing changes, I am concerned we're going to be back to the drawing board to take out more resources, more supports from the system, and we are concerned about that.
Thank you. Moving on to Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, day after day in reading the newspapers right across this province, we find ourselves, and I don't know if this is the appropriate terminology, but misery loves company. We are in the same boat right across the province with everybody, all the other boards. You see the protests in the papers by parents. You hear of the issues that every board is facing, trying to be in compliance, and yet all of this to no avail. We don't seem to be getting traction with the province. We have a province that says so many more dollars has been spent or directed towards education, but they don't recognize that it's nowhere near meeting the increased costs that each board has to deal with. I guess I would perhaps direct this question to the director. What are you hearing around the province from your colleagues at PCODE in terms of strategies that are being undertaken to try and gain some leverage with the province to have them understand that once again they are not making the mark with any of the boards in terms of the funding that they're providing. I think that there's certainly strength in numbers, and it seems like from what I'm doing and reading the newspapers, it's even worse in some areas. As bad as it is here, it's even worse in some of the other boards around the province. And so I'm just wondering, Director Ennis, if you can shed any light on what you're hearing across the province and any strategies that might be undertaken by other boards that we might consider.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Gray. Certainly in agreement in your observation, there are many boards are in deficit positions, and certainly the responses and the line items that have contributed to the deficits are pretty much universal. The ones that Superintendent Nagoya has outlined for us, we hear from boards right across the province. Certainly, their boards have made different decisions in terms of how they are proceeding. Some have done exactly what we have done in terms of providing a budget that seeks to use our surplus and our cash position to balance the budget. And certainly there are others who have made different decisions in presenting a deficit budget. And that's the will of their trustees and their board. We certainly believe that the position that we have taken is the one that's best for our board. And so I feel confident in that journey that we're on, and hopeful that we'll get the necessary approvals that we need to sustain the work that we need to do to support student achievement and well-being. But there are a variety of different responses, but most have been in compliance with what the ministry directives have been around presenting a balanced budget. Certainly others a few may have chosen to do something differently, but that's a trustee decision, as you know.
And Trustee Bryden.
Thank you. I will echo the thanks for the work that you and your team have done. I would pick up on one small thing that you said in the process, which is the work that senior leadership has done to try and do more with less. I want to be very clear, we are not doing more with less. We are going to do less with less. The goal has been to get as close to doing as much as we have done previously as possible. But when we're losing 84 staff positions, we are going to be doing less. In larger kindergarten classes and larger special ed classes, students are not going to have as much attention from teachers as they had before. And that's a fact of life. And that's the consequence of funding provincially not keeping up with the cost of education. And yeah, it's true. This is a record funding increase across the province in nominal dollars. But that's because we are having to pay compensation for an unconstitutional legislation that was passed capping teachers' wages. So that's where the bulk of those funds are going. And as has been outlined very competently by our team, the increase we're receiving this year does not match the increase in our mandated costs of compensating staff, which are centrally negotiated and we have no control over. So the consequence is we have to provide less service. That's the situation that we're in. That's the situation that boards are in across this province. And it's a challenge, I understand, at the provincial level where they're working to balance the books. But this is the trade-off. This is what we're facing. I don't like the fact that we're here. I think that our team has done the best they can with the circumstances available. I will be voting for this budget, and I don't like it.
Director Ennis.
Just one more thing. Thank you so much. In terms of just a glimmer of hope. I do like to be optimistic. I know that Superintendent Nagoya has outlined certainly the fiscal constraint and restraints that we are under. But as you know, the provincial government changed some of the variables that are involved in the formulation of how we received our funding. Notably, the census data that was changed to the 2021 census data, I believe is going to work in our favor. I know it's a 5-year implementation, and so it will take some time for us to realize the full potential of that change. But I do believe and hold out hope that as we move forward, that the change in demographics within the Halton region will be more acutely reflected in the funding formula and work to our advantage as well. So I hold out that hope.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I've struggled with this budget since the beginning, and I know that Trustee Nagoya, or Superintendent Nagoya and I have had conversations around this, and I still struggle. And I echo the concerns of the 3 trustees that spoke before me. Looking at the idea, as Trustee Amos says, we have nowhere else to go. We have nowhere else to cut little pieces. We're doing less with less. We're not doing more with less. We're doing less with less. And what are other boards doing that maybe we're not? I really struggle because, again, my concern always is by saying, okay, we can do this too, and saying yes. Mm-hmm. All we're doing is encouraging less, encouraging the fact that we can do less with less in a way that the government thinks is okay, even though it's not. So those are just my struggles. I know, Director Ennis, this is a quick question for you, just sort of to end my rant. You said that what we're doing is the best for our board. My question is why? Why is our approach best for our board?
I think that we have been really diligent in looking at all of the line items. We have spent an inordinate amount of time with the senior team, with trustees, with communities, in gathering feedback and looking at every item line by line to see what would be the most prudent things that we can reduce, what are the greatest levels of efficiencies that we can have, what is the closest we can get to the ministry mandates in order to maximize the way that we have been funded and reflect that in our budget. And so given that the expenses are greater than certainly our revenues, we want to make sure, we believe that the plan that we have put forward is the one that has the least amount of impact on our board. And so we've looked at everything possible, and we believe that the combination of all of the items that we have had to reduce will serve us in the best way we can, given all the constraints under which we're operating.
Thank you. And just to end, again, coming back to what all of my previous trustee colleagues said, I really hope we have no oopsies or areas where all of a sudden we need to find that money, because it's just not going to be there. And that really scares me. So thank you.
And the last speaker on the list, Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Trustee Bryden spurred a thought. So this board has always been creative. We've always done programs in-house. So while other people may buy things, buy a set program or do things, we've made them. It's like if my parents gave my sister an allowance and I had to create, I had to go out and buy my own clothes. And I didn't think it was fair, but my clothes look better than hers, and everybody's going, wow, look at what you've done. So in fact, that's what our board does. We have done the best with the least amount that we can, and we've always been totally fiscally responsible. And our students have thrived under that model because we have made sure that we have done the best for them. Our staff are the best, and they are the most, we are innovative. We have always tried to do what we can do. And this being put into this situation is devastating, in my opinion, for our board. So I just wanted to reiterate something. The fact that we do have a committee called the Fair Funding Committee, and we do, if any parents that are watching this want to find out more information about what is going on, if you go to the board website, hdsb.ca, and type in fair funding, there is a page there with more information about some of what is going on. And this committee is going to be continuing in the fall with trying to share the information and trying to advocate for this board. But I just wanted to ask Superintendent Nagoy one question. So currently, we are mandated to provide funds for CPP and EI and for supply teachers. How much is that, and what would that do if those things that we have to cover that we don't receive funds for, how would that affect us?
Through the chair to Trustee Amos, thank you for that question. For the current year, we are unfunded for the statutory benefits, the CPP and EI enhancement that is federally mandated, and as an employer, it is our duty to pay that. So that is 1% increase, which for us is $6 million every year. And for supply costs, that is $10 million that we are spending the costs over the funding allocation. So in total, we're looking at $16 million. Our current cuts were just over 11. So if we had appropriate funding for those two areas alone, we would be adding to the budget, not making reductions.
Thank you. So I know we're not the only board in this position. These are unfunded for all boards. That's correct? So somehow all boards need to share the message that these need to be funded. We cannot be funding with funds that are needed for students. That we need to make sure we meet our obligations, but we cannot keep taking money from different pots to pay for things that are not funded by the government. So anyways, I just wanted to bring that point up because it is important, the fact that we would have some money. We wouldn't be quite as lean if we were funded for those things that we aren't being covered for. And to Director Innes's point, yes, we are thrilled that they're now going to the latest census. We've been advocating for that for years, and I really look forward to them actually getting a better picture of what Halton is about. And maybe that is why, instead of being at the very bottom or the second from the bottom, we're now moved to the third from the bottom.
So that brings an end to our speakers list. I would just like to add a couple of comments of my own. I will be supporting this budget, but I do so out of a sense of if we don't, then we're not compliant with the ministry's requirement to have a budget in place. And that would be even worse than not passing a budget that I don't like, because they could impose a budget on us, which I would like even less. So, having said that, I want to thank Superintendent Nagoy and all of her team for the diligent work they've done on this budget. And I want to thank the Fair Funding Committee, chaired by Trustee Amos, for their diligent work on behalf of our board and boards across the province by raising and elevating this issue and doing so in such a way that it's easy to understand and people can see the numbers in front of their eyes and understand what those numbers mean. So I can't say enough for the communications department as well for their work on helping make that look so good. So thank you very much, Manager Francie. And with that, I will put the motion on the voting screen. Trustee Shuttleworth? Yeah, I know it is. Trustee Ahmed, are you online? And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up is 4.1.2, Special Education Plan 24-25, Report 24092, submitted by Superintendent Ruddock.
Good evening, trustees. I'm pleased to have the Special Education Plan before you this evening. SEAC voted in favor of the plan on June 4th, with only one association voting not in support. That was Autism Ontario. While Autism Ontario expressed support for all of the processes and resources detailed in the plan and understand the fiscal challenges that the board faces this year, their vote of non-support was an expression of concern with the funding shortfalls and with the reduced amount of spending in special education. And we have no minority reports submitted for the special education plan. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Let's get this motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the HDSB Special Education Plan 2024-25. Trustee Baxter, would you make this motion?
Yes, please.
Trustee Ahmed, would you second this motion? Yeah. Vice Chair Oliver, would you second this motion?
I second the motion.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Oh, yeah. And that passes unanimously by all trustees in the room. I think this would be a good time for us to take a 5-minute recess for a bit of a comfort break. So I will call that recess now, and please be back at 7:38.
Sorry, point of order. There's only 9 votes up there.
Donna left the room. Trustee Daniele left the room. Yeah, and Naveed has left the virtual room. Welcome back to the board meeting for June 19th, 2024. We are now at item 4.1.3, Community Planning and Partnerships Policy Review, Report 24096, submitted by Manager Thibault. And I'll put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees adopt the revised Community Planning and Partnership Policy and revoke all prior versions. Trustee Rocha, would you make this motion?
Yes.
Trustee Bryden, would you second this motion?
Yes.
Manager Thibault, would you please speak to your report?
Through you, Madam Chair, just quickly, here we're just making some quick housekeeping changes to the policy, which remain in effect and still have a number of relevant policies until we're waiting for, or until we receive the new ministry guidelines for this specific type of work. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Manager Thibault. Is there any debate? Seeing none, please cast your votes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And Manager Thibault, please stay where you are because you're up next for 4.1.4, Program and Accommodation Review Policy Review. Report 24097, submitted by Manager Thibault, and I will put this on the floor. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees adopt the revised Program and Accommodation Review Policy and revoke all prior versions. Vice Chair Oliver, would you make this motion?
I make the motion.
Trustee Daniele, would you second this motion?
Thank you. Yes, I would.
Manager Thibault, would you like to speak to your report?
Through Madam Chair, again, very briefly, as per the last policy that we just went through, same approach, housekeeping amendments just to operationalize things that we've been updating, especially in relation to the long-term accommodation plan and other requirements. So we're going to do some minor updates as the policy is still in effect. And again, once we receive new ministry guidelines, then we'll do a complete overhaul at that point in time. Happy to take any questions.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. We are now up to, thank you very much, General Manager Thibault. We are now up to 4.1.5, Policy and Procedure Framework Policy Update, Report 24098, submitted by the Governance Document Review Standing Committee. And I will put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees adopt the updated Policy and Procedure Framework Policy and that all prior versions be revoked. Trustee Bryden, would you make this motion?
Yes.
Trustee Zhang, would you second this motion?
I second.
Trustee Bryden, would you like to speak to this report?
Again, this is mostly formatting and housekeeping changes with a couple of minor amendments, removing the requirement for a reference number that paves the way for the revised template policy template that we prepared.
Thank you, Trustee Bryden. Is there any debate? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. Our next item is 4.1.6, Menstrual Equity, Report 24099, submitted by Trustees Sribalan and Alam Janov. Be it resolved that the Chair write a letter to the Ministry of Education regarding ministry funding to support menstrual equity across Ontario in collaboration with HDSB student trustees and the HDSB Student Senate Equity Subcommittee. And be it further resolved that the Chair's correspondence indicates the support of the HDSB Board of Trustees for this student-led initiative and advocacy. Vice Chair Oliver, would you make this motion?
I make the motion.
Trustee Bryden, would you second this motion?
Yes.
Trustees Sribalan and Alam Janov, would you like to speak to this report?
Yeah, for sure, Chair Collard. So in 2021, the Minister of Education announced an initiative committing the Ontario government to provide 6 million free menstrual products to school boards participating in the pilot project. In 2021, the trustees expressed their support for this initiative in a letter to the minister from the HDSB and the HDSB student trustees and the HDSB student senate.
Yeah, so just to know, the Halton District School Board doesn't actually participate in this pilot project where we fund our products outside of it, but nevertheless, the student trustees, both Sultan and I, have informed the board that the Ministry pilot project is ending this year and there isn't any plans for renewal. So the boards across the province are making that difficult decision whether to dedicate resources to cover this program or allow it to lapse. And many students across the province are in current need for access to more menstrual products and encounter substandard quality even with the current pilot project in place.
So the advocacy helps expand on the work of many school boards that currently make free menstruation products available, but limited school locations and sometimes on an ad hoc basis due to budget constraints. For example, the products provided through the ministry pilot projects were not compatible with the HDSB existing product dispensaries. As such, the student trustees and the HDSB student senates also call on the ministry to provide boards with funding rather than products so that boards can make their own, utilize their existing capital equipment to provide students with access to menstrual products. And then I think that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate? Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Through the chair, no debate, just a thank you for bringing this forward. I truly believe that menstrual products should be considered no different than any other supplies that schools use and should be funded as such. There's no difference than the tissue, the paper towels, the cleaning products. It should all be funded appropriately. But thank you for raising awareness of this issue on behalf of all students across the province.
Thank you very much. I agree. Okay, seeing no other speakers on our list, please cast your votes. And that also passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now up to item 4.1.7, Student Voices on Anti-Semitism, Report 24100, submitted by Trustee Baxter, and I will put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the board initiate a survey of anti-Semitic behavior and incidents, as well as the effectiveness of existing tools to address anti-Semitism by engaging an independent third party to gather feedback and insights from self-identified Jewish students. Be it further resolved that a report of the results be presented to the board in October 2024. Trustee Baxter, would you make this motion?
Yes, please.
Trustee Rocha, would you second this motion?
Absolutely.
Trustee Baxter, would you like to speak to this report?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. At our last meeting, Director Ennis shared a renewed commitment to anti-Semitism education in the board, and that is very sincerely appreciated. I believe that initiative will be most effective with an understanding of how anti-Semitism is currently manifesting in our board by hearing directly from the students impacted, in other words, student voice. As Director Ennis has said, anti-Semitism is the longest hatred. It has taken different forms over time, and tackling it effectively in our schools and using resources efficiently requires a deep understanding of what we are currently dealing with. Additionally, understanding what is working in our schools, because I do feel that the majority of staff are managing things well, and in our classrooms, and what isn't from the student perspective will support staff in their work, but also trustees as we receive reports on progress and outcomes. Happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Is there any debate? Trustee Amos.
Thank you. Through you, I do have a couple questions. What do you mean by an independent third party? And the second part would be to the director. Is October 2024 enough time?
For the first part, yes.
Thank you for the question. So I've received many reports from students and families and some staff about what's going on in schools. And consistently, although there's been diversity in the experiences of anti-Semitism, there's been a consistent fear expressed from students, fear of retribution, fear of further bullying if they're identified. but also a fear of being identified as Jewish. So we do have students who are trying to hide their identities and would be concerned that speaking with staff may not be a conversation where they can be as open as possible. So my suggestion is that we engage with a third party that would be trusted, by the board to do this work. I know that this was done in 2021, where students participated in virtual, I think it was during COVID, so it was virtual roundtable discussions, and that was facilitated by staff. So something very similar to that, where students have the ability to provide their experiences, but as I said, done in a way in which their identities can be kept confidential.
And to the second part of the question, thank you, Trustee Amos, and through the chair. Certainly, I would imagine that 2 months would not be sufficient to gather the information and produce a report. I imagine just in my initial research and conversation that it took 3 months to do the previous report that Trustee Baxter referenced, and I would imagine that we would need at least 3 months in order to get this done properly.
Would your preference then be December?
Certainly, depending on the schedule of the board, the end of November, so certainly by the first meeting in December would be appropriate.
Great, okay, because we only have the one meeting, so, yeah. Okay, the next question is from Trustee Zhang.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to use, I did some research and want to use the data from the Toronto Police Services. So,
you and your data.
yes, I'm a data person, so no data, I cannot say those things. So, in the 2021-2022 report, so a lot of hate crime happened in the school facility. And there are 3 types of hate crimes. The top 3 are anti-Semitism and anti-Black and the LGBT community. So that's the top 3. And the number of cases of anti-Semitism is double to the second place, anti-Black. So anti-Semitism, actually, this is a big issue in school system. And in the recent report, that's 2023-2024 TPS report. So they mentioned the crime, hate crime, so can happen in 2 places. 14% of the cases happen around the public transit system, and 18% in school, on school property. So, and in the schools, on school property, the hate crime increase in the recent year increased by 24%. So that's why we need to address this issue. I think this research is very important to every one of us, to all the school boards in the urban area. That's very important. We need to do. The only thing is, I think, how to make the survey more effective and more practical. Because once we do a survey, we need to send the question to a lot of students. And this is not only just ask their opinion. Also, we need to observe how to observe what is the root cause. Because every time we need to find the root cause and we can address the root cause. Of course, there's a lot of root causes we can trace back to the history and trace back internationally. Those root issue we cannot resolve. But at our level, at the school board level or the regional level, how to address the root cause is very important. For example, the propaganda. This propaganda is mentioned in the TPS report. So anti-Semitism, the Toronto Police Services, they identify 2 reasons. One is propaganda. The other one is these years there's an increase of conspiracy theories. So that's 2 reasons. But in the school, maybe we have more reasons, but we must identify those reasons from those surveys. That's why I think how to design the survey this can be a more technical thing, but most important is this survey we must do it, and we must address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zhang. Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And actually, Trustee Zhang, you brought up things that really helped me parlay what I was speaking of, and I really do appreciate, Trustee Baxter, you bringing this motion to the Board of Trustees. My question, I don't know if it would be for Director Ennis, but I look at the idea of when focusing on anti-Semitism, which is one piece of really a broader concern within our board, which is the anti-hate campaign, like what we need to be looking at addressing the hate that's, I hate to use the word rampant, but I think it's pretty accurate, that seems to be permeating through our board. So what I'm wondering, Director Ennis, a question for you is, when you're looking at this and creating a report addressing the report that Trustee Baxter has brought to us, are there any thoughts in looking at how our board is broadening this discussion into looking at the broader picture, not only of anti-Semitism, which is awful, but the anti-hate looking at the hate that is within our board?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Shuttleworth. I mean, certainly, to your point, we certainly, as a board, has been, we have been committed to looking at hate and discrimination in all its forms. That is something that this board has embraced for years. Certainly, as we seek to fulfill this motion, we would do so, making sure that we've captured the essence of the motion, fulfilled that motion. But we always, as a board and staff, look at how we can address all forms of hate and discrimination. And so, we, to the point that was raised earlier, we looked in 2021 at, mostly Black students and other voices. But we know through our census data, the students who have told us that they've been experiencing schools disproportionately, and in terms of their sense of belonging, experiencing hate. We have, Black students, 2S LGBTQ plus students, Indigenous students, students, from various parts of the world. So I think that we are absolutely will be, continuing this work. We have always been doing the work, looking at all forms of hate, and we will be looking at, I don't want to conflate the work. I want to be there to be a fidelity to the motion as the trustees direct us, but certainly we will be looking at staff, as we always have, at all forms of hate and discrimination, and seeking ways to address it.
Trustee Sherballen.
Thank you so much, Chair Collard, and through the chair to Trustee Baxter. Thank you so much for this motion. I just wanted to echo how important a motion of such nature is. Students have really come up to us and really spoken toward the state of hate that is really in our board, especially in this day and age. And there's not often that when at this table that we see a motion we have student voice in everything we do, but just a motion very much so dedicated to that. So I really, really applaud that. And the question I have is kind of along the same lines of the, not concerns, but the ideas I want to say that Trustee Shuttleworth is bringing up. And I guess I'm going to pose it to the director as well, in the sense that through the chair to the director, with this data that is going to be presented in October 20 or December 2024, what is to come of that? Into how is that going to change the state, and what is the anticipated goal of what those results are to do for the students, and how are they going to be communicated with them? So that's a part, but then another part of my question also looks at the role of reporting systems in our board. And I don't know if any of the senior staff can help with that, but especially with the state of hate, I've been getting a lot of questions surrounding the state of reporting systems and how data of such nature and surveys conducted of such nature could be added to further constructing our reporting systems so they're very welcoming of students, and especially in the state we're currently in, they're very welcoming of students, and students feel at ease and knowledgeable enough to answer them properly. So thank you so much, Trustee Baxter, and those are my questions.
I'll see if I can remember the questions, but certainly, we are going to be looking, through a human rights lens and looking at all forms of hate and discrimination in our board. Certainly to the point about collection of data, I'm going to ask Superintendent Fowler if she could just speak to that, and then I'll get back to the other part.
Yes, thank you, Director Ennis. Through you, Chair Collard, to Trustee Sherbalin. One of the things we're looking to do next year is to use our suspension codes that are related to hate and or bias motivated occurrences, and to further specify the human rights area that has been caused the harm. So, for example, if it was related to race or if it was related to anti-Semitism, instead of just being a generic code that says hate and or bias motivated occurrence, we would share the specific human rights ground that has been impacted. And that will give us the data that we can then present more clearly, because right now it is relatively generic and open, so we don't have the specifics related to all forms of hate that do exist throughout the board related to hate and bias motivated occurrences.
I do remember the second part of your question. Certainly, what will we do with this information once we've collected it? We don't have the luxury of waiting until we collect this information to address anti-Semitism. We just don't have that luxury. That's work that we have started. That's work that we're planning this summer, and that's work that we're going to continue right into the fall. So by the time this report lands, my hope and desire is that we would have addressed much of what we're hearing from students and have taken some action to address it. So that's, that of course will further inform us to fine-tune our responses and perhaps expand the ways in which we can address it. But believe me, that work is ongoing and will continue throughout now until that report lands.
Awesome. If I could just follow up. Music to my ears, exactly what I want to hear. I love to see that commitment, not starting in December 24th, but before that throughout the summer. The one thing I do ask and just want to reemphasize is the communication of a survey of such nature, and it's ongoing to the student body, and if there is a plan at all to communicate those results, just because I often hear of students expressing their concerns of this feeling at the state of the HTSB not taking that care and feeling as if that no work is being done. And I think that isn't the case. It's just the lack of education. It's that barrier that sometimes board ongoings have with the students. So perhaps even utilizing the incoming student trustees to get that data out there is the suggestion I pose, but I hope to see results of such nature translated to the student body, because that is such amazing work. So thank you so much to all those parties involved.
Thank you. And moving on to Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I just had a couple of questions. I wondered if the mover of the motion is accepting of the date change that was proposed earlier. And my second part is, we have a fabulous research department, and I see here that in this motion, there's a thought of going to an independent third party, which involves cost. And when we have our own research department, and we've had this research department already work in a similar, maybe in a report earlier, a couple of years back, involving students in the report titled Student Voices. And thank you for putting the links to that. It was a good read. I see there's benefit to our research department to sort of take some of their work, but be really focused on what this project is about, but to maybe bring together some previous learnings and previous commitments out of the report that came out in 2021. So I just question the need to have the further expense of going third party versus using the excellent staff that we have in our own research department.
Thank you through the chair to Trustee Gray for that question. So as I said before, what I'm hearing from students and families is a strong sense of fear, of retribution for speaking out for experiences. The reality is, and I think we've all seen the communications, there are staff in our schools who are wearing items that are intimidating to Jewish students. There are staff engaging in commentary on social media that celebrates the attack in Israel in October. So there, I think, would be a compromise to participation if this was done by staff. And that's in no way a commentary on our research staff or the majority of the staff in the board. But the reality is that we want the greatest participation possible to make this effort worth it. And I did notice in the study that was done in 2021, it was a very, you've read it, it was a very low participation rate. And my concern is, given the population of our board, I mean, those students can certainly represent the views of others. I don't question the sample size, but I was concerned when I saw the low number of participants, given what had been talked about publicly about what was going on in the board. So this was my thinking was that perhaps this could make it more accessible to as many students as possible by removing any fear. I have seen recently, I can't remember if it was something in a student trustee report, but there was something referencing students and responding to something not even nearly as serious as this, but concern about who would see it and just questioning, even though it was made clear in the information that this was confidential. There's still, and I can't remember, sorry, exactly what it was, but I remember reading that and thinking, oh, okay, interesting, because it was very clearly stated and it was directed to students, this would be confidential. And there were students who expressed some concern about whether that would actually be true. And like I said, I think as Director Ennis has pointed out, the end product of this is something that we consider to be valuable. And so I would prefer that it be done in the best way possible to get the greatest sample size. In terms of who would do this, I'm hoping that there can be an ongoing conversation with senior staff, with Director Ennis. Perhaps there's an organization who would agree to do this for us, given the importance and the sensitivity of the work at a reasonable or negligible cost.
If I may, just wanted to add one commentary on the sample sizes. Certainly in reference to the 2021 data point, we should in no way infer from sample size, as Trustee Baxter said, the veracity of the results. The experiences that students face, whether it's 1 or 1,000, is important, and we do not need 10,000 students to tell us something before we believe it. So I want to dispel of that notion, because we need to, as a board, embrace the words and the actions and the experiences of students. So whether it's 1, 100, or 1,000, it's an important voice, and we need to listen and we need to do something about it.
And Trustee Rocha.
Through the chair, I heard Superintendent Fowler speak earlier that I believe the suspension codes were going to be enhanced to capture these different types of incidents. Further to that, the report bullying that's available on school websites, does that in any way capture any of hate incidents that's happening, or is it strictly bullying?
Go ahead, Superintendent Fowler.
Thank you, Trustee Rocha. Through you, Chair Collard. The report bullying is an anonymous reporting tool. It could be, they could leave their name and information as well. If that bullying is related to anything that is hate or bias motivated, then it would be captured in that code if there was a suspension given. So we do have some instances where the bullying does have a specific hate and or bias motivated occurrence related to human rights protected grounds, and those would be captured that way once the principal investigates.
Okay, so if I could just follow up. So what I'm hearing you say is that we only have data on incidents where it has led to suspension, but we don't have any data just on day-to-day stuff that kids experience that they don't necessarily report to the point of suspension.
So if they report it and it is something that needs to be considered for suspension, then yes, it would be recorded as such. But we do not have data specific to hate and or bias motivated occurrences at the board level beyond the suspension code that could be used. But each school would have information and could sort of anecdotally speak to that.
Trustee Amos.
Thank you. I have some concerns and questions regarding an independent research team and how they would have access to our students and how they would be able to, I mean, if you want, I'm not sure if you're trying to just, you want to ask all students or if you want to just ask a certain group of students, because then students have to self-identify and they may not be comfortable doing that. I mean, in my opinion, you almost have to ask all students and then hope that some may self-identify. My other concern is there is no price or cost attached to this motion, and so I do believe there needs to be a maximum amount put on it, because we can't, if it is an independent research company, there would be a cost.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. So if I'm not mistaken, and correct me because I wasn't a trustee in 2021, but I believe what the board did is sent out an email to all students. I'm going to say grade 7 and up, maybe, for the Student Voices report that you have attached. And so what I had envisioned was that instead of the action item being respond to this email address that goes to a board employee, it would be reach out to this organization at this contact. And so the responses would go to the entity, not to board staff. So there would be no need for students to identify themselves. And then I guess the second question is a cost one. This has been done, so I think part of the reason I brought this forward, and one of the things that's been expressed to me extensively since October, is that the board does have resources and staff and a department that looks at human rights and equity, but we have this issue on our board and it's not being addressed. And so I was looking at what has happened and what have we done, and is there a model? Because there's a lot of things that we know how to do really well. And in looking at this report, I was thinking this is pretty much what is needed, because I know that sitting at the Human Rights and Equity Advisory Committee, this report is often referenced. And I think that some of us sitting at the table have a passion for the work that's done there because of what we've read in that report. So my hope is that this motion would be viewed in the same light that one was, or that initiative. And that, as I said, we could potentially find a partner who's interested in supporting our board as a public institution with limited funding to do this work with us.
Can I follow up? Superintendent Ngoy wants to chime in on that one.
Thank you. And if I may, just procedurally, I just wanted to mention that we do need to look at the BPS procurement directive and just follow our procurement practice in terms of engaging a vendor. So in this case, a qualified agency. So from that perspective, we'll have to follow the practice. But I would recommend trustees consider an amount, because there is no budget for this set aside. So any funds that we are committing to a third-party vendor for the study would have to come from the contingency, from the budget that was just approved for next. So this would be next year's expense and therefore in next year's budget. So if trustees would just consider perhaps $1 or a threshold to work with, and then the fact that the parameters will be followed as per the BPS directive.
And you have a follow-up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I believe with our student voice report, because it was done in-house, there was actually no cost because it was done in-house. And I don't know if you would consider the in-house approach, because it would still be anonymous and done like the student voices, because I don't believe that we have a lot of extra funds, as we've just discussed, to have an outside firm do it. And I mean, I'm not sure if we could find somebody who would volunteer their time, and I don't even know if that would be allowed, but, and to you, the students' information would still have to be shared to this company. And I have some concerns around the confidentiality of students and that kind of thing. So I have some, unless it becomes an in-house thing.
Thank you, through the chair. So I don't envision that student information would ever be shared. This would be a voluntary, so in the way that the board shares that there's a program in the community that students and families can take advantage of, and we take no responsibility for their decision to contact that organization and take part in that. And I'm sure there's some legal protections for us. So basically, here's some information. If you would like to participate, do so directly. So there would be no exchange of student information with any outside entity. I think that would be unsafe. I'm happy to stipulate to modify the motion in two ways. First, to have a November date rather than October, and also to indicate that there should be no cost associated. And I will take the responsibility to try to find somebody who's willing to support our board in this work, given that we do have, if this is not something that can be done by the board, then I will try to find someone who can help us to get it done. And if you want me to put a deadline on that, then we can do that as well.
Our Human Rights and Equity Advisor, Pardeep Nagra, would like to add something.
Sure. Through you, Chair, to trustees. I would also ask just for the director to consider the legal and ethical pieces, because when we say nothing of student is shared, for a student to contact and then have to identify them as a Halton student versus a non-Halton student, the school, when we're looking at data, is it middle school, high school reported? There possibly will need to be some student identification markers in order for this to not just be voiced in the traditional sense of this is what's been said, for the validity of who's contacting them and assuring that they're a Halton student or still in our system or what have you. So just maybe as a continuation of the motion piece itself, to have that review in terms of a student engagement, data collection, because there's ethical standards around students and collecting data or connecting with students and creating data. So just in terms of what that may look like or whatever, just make sure that that's covered for whatever it's worth and not having to fully come back, and just let that be part of the process possibly for consideration.
Thank you. You wanted to say something as well? Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I do believe that there are ways in which this can be done, through third party for sure. I do have some reservations though, and I do believe that there are very technical and methodological ways of doing things around research, collecting data, that has to be done in a very prescribed kind of way, that I'm a little bit concerned if it's not done in the way that it should be done, that it may have some repercussions. And certainly, at the very least, call into question the validity of the information. But I do believe there are ways that it can be done through a third party. So I'm wondering if whether our research department can inform us in terms of how to do it well in that regard, because I do think that's important. And I'm certainly not opposed to a cost, being attached to it at all. To get anything for free these days, it's tough. So I would just ask for those considerations, because I do have concerns about the way I hear it described, that it may cause us some liability.
Okay, our next speaker is Trustee Gray, and after that, Trustee Shuttleworth, and I'm dying to say something, so I'm hopeful that that's the end of the list. Thanks.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I have a question and then a comment. The question would be, have we got experience in doing research or working with groups as third parties to do research on information concerning this board? And secondly, I guess if we were to go third party, are we going to be directing the third party? This is what we need to collect. This is what we're interested in collecting. And in which case it sounds like we're almost doing the legwork and all of the work that's needed before we even start. So I'm very uncomfortable the more I'm thinking about this and listening to Pardeep on this third-party notion, and also in support of what I believe to be a first-rate research department that I believe could do it in-house. Thank you.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. So again, I think I'm tying in. I'll call you Pardeep because everybody's calling you Pardeep, even though I don't know if you're Human Rights and Equity Advisor NEGRA, and Director Ennis. And again, looking at how we can do this in a way that's ethical. So as a researcher, you submit ethics. So with that, I would think that that would be something that we could do and collaborate with our research department to submit an ethics application to ensure that the research is done ethically. I have done this. I have done this recently. I've done this with the board. So I think that is something that would be able to allay any of those fears of doing things the wrong way and ensure that we are ethically approaching a project that I think is extremely important to engage in. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other speakers on the list, I'm getting to speak now. I am very much in support of the spirit of this motion. My concern actually with going with a third-party provider is that it may delay the implementation of the work because we have to find someone. And that's probably meaning to go with an RFP. We know that these things take far longer than they should. And I'm concerned that it'll be September. We won't even have decided on a firm, and we're looking at getting the report to the board as soon as possible. And that is my biggest concern. I'm also kind of like, I have all kinds of other concerns about, do we need to have parental consent for kids to respond to these things because it's a third party? And what assurances can we give to parents that the information that's provided will be used in an ethical way? And I know that Trustee Shuttleworth has experience in this area. I do not. So I don't know what that kind of methodology would require. But I do have concerns about getting parental consent for our students to participate. I am far more comfortable with this being done in-house through the research department because the research department isn't in our classrooms. They're not student-facing. And so that should, in my thinking, actually be more favorable to the students than answering to XYZ data collection company. At least they know what the HDSB is. They might not know what this other company is. So I would far prefer that part be removed. Not that it would say it's going to be done in-house, but that it wouldn't say it has to be third party. Because if we want to pass this motion tonight in a good way, I think it would probably be more favorably viewed without that portion in there. And since our board meetings are the first Tuesday of the month, I would prefer that it's, say, December and not November, because that's a whole 4 weeks in between there. But I am going to go to first-time speaker Danielle Lee.
Thank you very much. I've been listening to a lot of the talk, and I understand the concerns, and I share some of the concerns. But I'm also, I am worried that we're going to give up good enough in a search for perfection. I think there's a lot of really, really good things in here. And I'm wondering, through Madam Chair to Trustee Baxter, if we framed it to be resolved that the board investigate a survey and then come back to us the first meeting in September with this is how we could do it in-house, this is how we could do it out of house and a cost, and we would have all those variables, and then we could make a decision in September, and then maybe have it at our December board meeting, because November is also our inaugural meeting. I'm wondering if that might be an appropriate compromise it's not going to be perfect, but would it be good enough would be my question, because I don't want to see this get lost, because I think it's really, really important. And if we get bogged down in the logistics, I'm afraid it won't go through. So that's just my suggestion through you, Madam Chair, to Trustee Baxter, if it was something that she would consider.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Trustee Daniele, I think that's a good solution. So it's a stepped approach to having a report come at the beginning of September is the feasibility of this project. If it cannot be done, if it has to be done in-house, and that, I mean, from the people who've reported to me, I don't think it would work. So if it turns out that it has to be done in-house, that we can't, that there's no feasibility to having a trusted third party doing it, then we can make that decision in September to abandon the idea. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, yeah, that's why I said investigate, with the understanding that we would like to hear both sides. We'd like to know what an in-house would look like, and we'd also like to know what a third party could look like. And perhaps you could work with the director and his staff over the summer. As you said, you may have some of those connections, because again, those are variables we don't know. But I know that I'd like to know one way or the other on that in September, and be able to base a decision on facts so that we can move forward with this.
So in that case, then, if we are entertaining amending this motion, I'm just giving a suggestion, be it resolved that the board investigate initiating a survey of anti-Semitic behavior and incidents, as well as the effectiveness of existing tools to address anti-Semitism, and return a report to the board in September 2024. Does that sound like it captures everything? And are you agreeable to making such an amendment?
Yeah, through the chair to the chair. I'm just wondering if we just insert investigate. So be it resolved, the board initiate an investigation of initiating a survey, and investigate engaging an independent third party to conduct that survey.
Okay, so you want to keep in the part about the independent third party? Okay. Do you want to add in there or in-house?
Can I suggest that we call a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely.
Do the necessary wordsmithing and come back to decide?
Yep, that sounds good. Good idea. We have a 5-minute recess. We are back from our recess. I believe that we have an amended motion, which I will now read. Be it resolved that the board initiate investigation of a survey of anti-Semitic behavior and incidents, as well as the effectiveness of existing tools to address anti-Semitism, and investigate the feasibility and cost, if any, of engaging an independent third party to gather feedback and insights from self-identified Jewish students. And is the mover and seconder both in approval of that amendment? Okay, so we now have a different motion on the floor. It has been modified by the mover and seconder. I'm just going to wait one more minute for the last trustee to return. Yeah. Manager Khan, did you receive the updated motion?
Yeah, it's just not.
Thank you. Okay. There we go. That's okay. Where did Joanna go? I know. we gained one and we lost one. Okay. Right. Okay, who's on first? What's on second? So I will read the motion again. It has been amended by the mover and seconder. Be it resolved that the board initiate investigation of a survey of anti-Semitic behavior and incidents, as well as the effectiveness of existing tools to address anti-Semitism, and investigate the feasibility and cost of, if any, of engaging an independent third party to gather feedback and insights from self-identified Jewish students. Are there any speakers to this amended motion?
Sorry, did I miss? Is there a reporting back time? Did I miss that?
Oh, yes, we were supposed to have a report coming back in September, right? So I should just have with a report coming back at the first board meeting in September. Thank you very much. With a report coming back at the first board meeting in September. So the report will be about the feasibility.
I'm just concerned about the timing, given that it's the end of the school year and the first board meeting back in September and summer hours. I'm just a little concerned not knowing staff vacation plans. Or, pardon me? It's not a staff report?
It's a staff report.
Right, okay. So I'm just a little concerned about the timing to bring it back for the first board meeting in September. And don't have research in the room, so I mean, a bit at a disadvantage, but.
The first board meeting in September would be the 10th of September, so it's in the second week.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And on the speakers list, I still have Trustee Daniele. Are you finished with your commentary? Okay.
Quick follow-up, that meets your preferences, Trustee Baxter? Okay.
So Trustee Amos.
Thank you. So the way I read this is it'd be investigating a third-party person, but it doesn't exclude recommending a in-house investigation if that is the more feasible way, dependent on what is gathered and if there is even one out there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our speakers list is exhausted, and so are we. So let's go to the voting panel. Please cast your votes.
My vote is yes.
Trustee Ahmed?
Yes, my vote is yes.
Thank you. It was unanimous. I know it was. It was unanimous. But it flickered off the screen so fast. Okay, so that motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for a lively discussion and getting to a good place. Okay, next on the agenda, we are now up to section 5.0 and the director's report. 5.1, please go ahead, Director Ennis.
Thank you so much, Chair Collard, and good evening once again, Board of Trustees. Just want to take this opportunity to say a big thanks to the Board of Trustees for the work done this year to provide strategic direction in support of our staff, to do the work to enhance student achievement and student well-being in our schools. I want to take this opportunity as well to thank our staff in all our schools for the work that they have done this year, 2023, 2024. It was a great year with lots of hills and lots of valleys. We certainly had things to overcome. We still have lots of work to do, but we also had lots of great accomplishments. And that's something that we pride ourselves on. Before I begin the work of some of the accomplishments, I just want to pause and take a moment in honor of Poppy Singh, a longtime and beloved staff member of West Oak Public School, who sadly passed away. The impact Poppy had on students and colleagues over many years working as an EA will be felt forever, and she will be remembered for her kindness, patience, and optimism. Our thoughts are with the Singh family and the entire school community. If you would join me at this time for a moment of silence in honor of Poppy. Thank you. As usual, trustees, I have some staff accomplishments and some student accomplishments to report to you this evening. I am proud to announce that some of our staff, who I believe are among the very best in the province, have received national and provincial awards and recognition. We firstly would like to recognize Anita McDougall, teacher at Emily Carr Public School, who has received the National Award for Teaching Excellence in Physical and Health Education. She's one of a dozen educators across the country to receive this award by Physical Health and Education Canada. The Physical Health and Education Canada National Award for Teaching Excellence honors teachers at the elementary, middle, or secondary level who have an exceptional ability to motivate students to engage meaningfully in their journey through physical and or health literacy with thoughtful and inspiring teaching practices. And so we say congratulations to Anita. We also like to take this opportunity to honor Judy Goldsworthy, the Halton District School Board's Manager of Health and Safety in Human Resource Department, who received the Provincial McCordick Award for the Ontario Association of School Business Officials, or OASBO. The McCordick Award was established in 1980 and is awarded each year to recognize an outstanding contribution to the service of school business. Candidates are recognized for their contribution to the service of school boards with outstanding dedication and exceptional merit. So congratulations to Anita and to Judy for the contributions they have made and for making HDSB proud. It was also an incredible weekend for our very own Ashley Stevenson, someone with whom we have referenced many times at this board meeting, following the trajectory of her career. Ashley was officially inducted into the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame on Saturday before family, friends, and peers. On behalf of the HDSB, we give Ashley a huge shout out for this incredible accomplishment. Our students and staff are lucky to have her teach and work alongside them. Congratulations, Ashley. Student accomplishments. Evan Buds, a grade 8 student from Charles R. Bodwin. I was driving into the office this week when I heard a student on the radio, being interviewed on the radio. And I heard the student was from Burlington. So my ears kind of perked up, and I thought, I wonder if that's one of our students. And so as soon as I got into the office, I said to Hawa, can you just find out for me if Evan Butts, I couldn't write down the name, but I said, I'm not going to forget this name. And I remembered it all the way to the office. And as soon as I walked in the office, I said, please check if this is one of our students. And lo and behold, it was one of our students. I mean, you have to go and find the, I think it's linked in there. Heather, if it's not linked there, make sure we get it. You have to listen to him. He was incredible. A grade 8 student with such poise, intellect, and brilliance, which represents much of the region of Burlington, all of Halton, and our students that we serve. So he received a platinum award in innovation at the recent 2024 Canada-wide Science Fair for his project aimed at detecting drownings, called Virtual Lifeguard. It's an innovative imaging system that stimulates the monitoring capabilities of professional lifeguard in residential pools. And I'm not going to read any more of that, but you got to listen to how Evan described this. It is absolutely transformational if he can get this product to market. Certainly happy to be an investor, Evan, if you're listening. It might be a conflict of interest. I don't know. We also like to recognize Ella Zacchero, grade 12 student in Halton District, who received a prestigious University of Charlton scholarship valued at $180,000. And congratulations to Ella and to Evan on their amazing work. We also would like to take the opportunity to thank Superintendent Ruddock and her team for the special athletics track meet that took place at Garth Webb. More than 500 athletes participated in the 37th annual special athletes track meet. It was a fantastic day. The sun was shining. Families and friends were out. The students enjoyed every moment. And if you haven't had the opportunity to witness one of these events, I encourage all of you to put it on your calendars for next year, because certainly the students and the parents, such joy that we are also proud to celebrate with them. National Accessibility Week Tournament. For the second consecutive year, the Halton District School Board partnered with the Burlington Vipers wheelchair basketball team and Ontario Para Network to host wheelchair basketball and sitting volleyball tournament for secondary students in late May. More than 120 secondary students participated in the tournament. Congratulations to the Halton District School Board in partnering with the Burlington Vipers. Our staff update, it is with mixed emotion that I share that after 22 years at the Halton District School Board, Sari Taha, Superintendent of Human Resources, has announced his resignation. Sari will be joining the School Board's Cooperative Inc. as Chief Executive Officer. Known for his compassion, unwavering commitment to human rights, and the public service values of professionalism, integrity, and impartiality, Sari is a remarkable and respected leader in Halton and beyond, whose absence will be deeply felt by the Human Resources Department, the senior team, the Board of Trustees, our union partners, and all the staff of the HDSB. Sari's last day with us will be on August 23rd, 2024. Not to give you an extra year, sorry, I have to say the year. Sari began his career in the HDSB in 2002 as a help desk technician. Look how far he's come. In the Information Services Department, he soon pursued his passion in the field of human resources, beginning as an HR coordinator in 2007 and moving through various roles in the department, including manager of HR operations and general manager of human resources, before becoming a superintendent in 2020. Of Sari's many accomplishments, he has been paramount in developing successful partnerships with unions, fostering productive, a supportive, equitable, and respectful work environment, and enhancing employee mental health and well-being. Sari was instrumental in leading and developing the implementation of the Respectful Workplace Initiative, along with the HDSB staff census, to measure and evaluate how staff perceive their working environment. Sari led the launch of the new staff wellness program for all HDSB staff and their families, along with the implementation of mental health first aid training. In response to an industry-wide mental health crisis following the pandemic. Perhaps his biggest accomplishment, however, is his impact on staff. Sari has a unique and profound ability to make someone feel heard, valued, and respected. His unwavering advocacy for staff and commitment to public education is admirable. Sari's measured and creative approach, strategic acumen, and sense of humor will be deeply missed. We wish Sari all the best in his position at the School Board's Cooperative Inc. We know that SBCI will benefit greatly from his talent and his educational success. We express our heartfelt gratitude for Sari's guidance, friendship, commitment to the staff and student at the Halton District School Board. And so I ask you if you would join me, please, in congratulating Sari Taha for a well-deserved tenure at the Halton District School Board, one that I know that he held in the highest esteem. It has been a lifetime honor for him. I know that to be true. And so, Sari, we thank you for everything that you have done. We're truly going to miss you.
Are there any questions for the director on his report? Sari wants to speak? Does he? Are you going to do?
If I may, Madam Chair, I would like to say a couple of things to trustees and to the senior team and the broader HDSB family. I will do my best to keep this together, Director Ennis. There are truly no words that would capture how grateful and privileged I feel for having served the HDSB for the last 22 years. A world-class organization, having served the students and the staff of the Halton community. It's not an exaggeration when I say that the HDSB has made all my dreams come true. This is a place that I have called home for the last 22 years and will always be my home. A place that has really raised me personally and professionally and given me and my family the life that I have today, a very rich life. To the Board of Trustees, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. Most of you I've known my entire tenure here. Kelly, Amy, Donna in particular, you've been here as long as I have. So thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for your guidance, your kindness, and your love and your support. To the senior team, thank you for your friendship and for your kinship. And for the memories that we have created together. Whether they were shared successes or challenges, I will cherish every single moment of it. And as I move on to the next chapter of my career, please know that I leave this place with a great sense of pride and a deep sense of optimism for what the future holds. I wish you all continued success in your future endeavors. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Trustee Amos.
Thank you. I'm probably the only person around this area that's been here longer than Sari. And I can remember the first time I met him, I thought he was the Energizer Bunny. He just kept going and going. And as Sari progressed through his different roles, I learned that his heart is bigger than his body. He always amplified a caring, knowledgeable, passionate love for our board. And I mean, it is a love. I'm surprised he doesn't have it tattooed on him. But Sari, you are going to be greatly missed. What you have done for the board over time and for the students and staff has helped raise the bar. So thank you so very much. I know when you were mentoring under other people, you thought you would never surpass them, but you have. And so thank you for everything that you have done. You are going to be greatly missed as the person you are. And please keep in touch.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. It feels odd to do this with my back to you, but the mic, I have to speak into the mic. Everything Trustee Amos just said and more. You spoke so eloquently about what he's been to this board. But personally, I know I would like to thank Sari for everything he's been on a provincial level, his work with OPSPA, his leadership at the senior negotiators. I've had the absolute privilege and honor to sit on the Labor Relations Council with Sari for the last few months, and to hear his voice amplified at the provincial level, his common sense approach to things, the impact he has had on human resources, not just in this board, but across the province, has been immense. And I know for myself, almost everything I know about labor relations, about human resources, about collective bargaining agreements has come through the kindness and generosity of Sari's mentorship and sharing of his experiences. And I'm Les Kelly, I will miss you very, very much, but I wish you the best of luck.
And yes, I'm going to miss you too, sorry. I like to tease you and say that you're humble with a half grin, but you really are humble. And your heart is in the right place. You always put the students first. And I'm going to miss you. But I will wager that you're going to come back. Because I can't imagine that the magnet won't draw you back in. And so when you do, I'll probably still be here. Donna will probably still be here. Kelly will definitely still be here. and we'll welcome you back with open arms. So I'm calling this a hiatus. And we'll see you when you come back. Have a great summer.
Thank you so much, Chair Collette. At this time, just want to move to the operational plan update. I'm going to ask Associate Director Salmini to take over.
Thank you. So this evening we are providing some highlights of our operational plan accomplishments for this current school year. The final written report will come out as it usually does in the fall after we get the EQAO results and they're released and made public. Typically we present a new operational plan at this time of the year for the following school year. And given that we are in the process of developing our multi-year strategic plan, we're delaying the development of that operational plan for 2024, 2025 until the fall so that it is aligned with the new multi-year strategic plan. So at this time, I'm going to invite various superintendents to provide some highlights of this year's work. And so we can begin with Superintendent Petko.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmini. Through you, Chair Collard, to all trustees. So happy to share with you that the work this year through the Human Rights, Equity and Inclusive Education Department builds on the past 3 years of witnessing and needing to respond to both the national and international display of human rights violations, violence, and resulting impact, both direct and indirect, on Halton District School Board staff, students, and families. The Ministry's Ontario Equity and Inclusive Education Strategies, as well as the Halton Board's EIE policy and our action plan, The Way Forward, grounds our responsibility and commitment to engaging in this work. And we continue to uphold human rights while simultaneously navigating the intentional acts to suppress the rights of those who experience marginalization and oppression. Our two areas that I'd like to highlight speak to the MYP foci of identifying and eliminating racism and discriminatory barriers in the board, as well as implementing culturally responsive instruction and anti-oppressive practices. So for the first, our department has provided in-person professional learning for all equity advocates and virtually, as well after-school offerings for all Halton District School Board administrators and educators, affirming Palestinian identity and understanding and identifying anti-Palestinian racism, as well as affirming Jewish identity and understanding and identifying anti-Semitism. The impact of this is that the staff have gained a deeper understanding of the ways in which racism and discrimination can find itself within schools, the impact of erasure of identity on student well-being, and how to be responsive through instruction to affirm identity. Feedback from educators indicates a desire for continued learning, guidance on engaging in dialogue versus debate, and lessons, resources, etc., to assist in affirming identity. And this very important work will continue in the new year. As related to the second focus, the enhanced culturally relevant and responsive pedagogical practices that we are endeavoring to support in our schools has been to examine and enhance all school practices to be more responsive to all student identities. In particular, disrupting and dismantling anti-Black racism through our Dr. Nicole West-Burns CCPI, critically conscious practitioner inquiries. Words to Action is another conference, a conference that we co-hosted with Q10, our Queer and Trans Affinity Network. It was our first 2S and LGBTQ plus rights and education conference for almost 250 educators. What has been that impact? School teams worked in collaboration to build their individual and collective capacity in these areas of understanding, learning to shift from performative action to intentional and authentic acts. Feedback from participants indicates a desire to further advance the work they began in the new year and to move from beyond just in the classroom to engage the broader school staff, including administration. Associate Director Salmini, may I continue with our Indigenous rights and education?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. So our Indigenous rights and education department has also been working very diligently, and we've had many accomplishments this past year. The work has focused on connecting to student achievement and improving the sense of belonging of our students who identify as Indigenous. Our two areas of foci have been providing opportunities for a whole community approach to understanding the impacts of colonialism, past and present. And the second is foster engagement with Indigenous peoples, communities, practices, perspectives, and realities to build awareness, mutual respect, and share responsibility. So for the first one, very briefly, our department has been collaborating very closely with our student well-being department and providing professional learning. 2 well-being leads from each school received professional learning. We collaboratively provided PD for well-being leads, administrators, and CYCs to focus on student well-being achievement and belonging. And participants were provided with learning about the ongoing impacts of colonialism and how an anti-colonial and anti-oppressive approach to well-being by looking for systemic barriers and centering students' gifts and by upholding Indigenous rights is beneficial for all students. The impact has been that participants engaged with one another in activities to build an understanding of the ongoing impacts of colonialism and how educators can support student well-being by taking an anti-oppressive and anti-colonial approach. Feedback from participants indicate that the presentations were engaging and helped identify the impacts of colonialism on the success of our students. And they indicated that learning was rich and they would like to continue to expand their learning. And on the second foci, family and student gatherings were to improve senses of belonging and well-being were employed. So students and families have been provided with multiple opportunities engaged in identity-affirming learning. Some of them include moccasin making, mitten making, going up to Crawford Lake with large groups of students. Creating new gathering spaces for students at various high schools and youth and elders conferences, attending youth and elders conferences, and Skills Ontario First Nations, Métis, Inuit conference as well has been a highlight. The impact, students from throughout the board were able to connect with one another and they were able to participate in a variety of opportunities that focused on areas of student achievement, culture, and community. Participants have indicated an increased sense of security and belonging within our school and among the staff attending the workshops as well as with each other. And we will continue to focus on well-being and student achievement in the new year. I just wanted to then point out one very important point, and that is we really have endeavored through both of our departments to ensure an integrated approach, and we've really endeavored to work collaboratively with the special education department, programming department, and student well-being department. So I'd like to thank all the superintendents that serve in those departments for your collaboration and engagement this year.
Thank you, Superintendent Petco. Over to you, Superintendent Taha.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmini, through you, Madam Chair, to trustees and the senior team. A couple of areas that I would like to highlight in terms of accomplishments that engage the multi-year plan and the operational plan. I'm proud to say that we have completed the training of almost 400 staff members who are now licensed mental health first aiders in schools. It far exceeded the goal that we had originally set out to achieve, which is to have one mental health first aider in a school. Now we're up to almost 400, and I'm really proud of the work that the health and wellness area of human resources has done in launching this initiative, which I would say were trailblazers in that area. The other area of accomplishment that I want to highlight, which is not often explicitly mentioned in the operational plan, and that is our ability as an organization, as in the Human Resources Department, to reach settlements with our federations. We're proud to say that under a new framework of local bargaining, we've been able to reach settlements with all of our federations, or settlements that are subject to ratification. And the highlight here is much of the gains in the language that we've been able to achieve in partnership with our federation partners is language that focuses on improving the working conditions of our staff that will inevitably translate to better instruction for our students. We focus on areas in relation to retention and recruitment and improving our fill rates, and that will also result in better instruction and continuity of learning. So those are two things that we are proud of under the leadership of the Human Resources team and the Human Resources managers. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Taha. Over to Superintendent Frankovich.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Collard, to all trustees. Our department in elementary and secondary school programs has a few things that we are proud of, but I'd like to begin with some of our cross-departmental work. To kick off the year, our early literacy rollout of Wilson Foundations, which saw school programs partner with human rights, equity, and inclusive education, Indigenous rights and education, and special education services to support the successful implementation of Wilson Foundations in all of our kindergarten to grade 2 classrooms in response to what we learned through the Right to Read report. As part of this work, we also had 35 learning resource teachers support over 2,100 students in collaboration with the classroom educators in those schools. We also had 17 itinerant resource teachers support over 1,600 students in K-3 literacy. Our work in math saw school math facilitators working collaboratively in classrooms to support student achievement with a focus on grade 3, 6, and 9 math classes to promote responsive and intentional student achievement in our priority schools. We're also proud of our first HTSB K-12 Math Symposium, which recently took place at Garth Webb Secondary School on a Saturday, where we were able to fill the place with educators from across our system to learn more about math. Our cross-panel work involved our grade 7 to 10 educators, collaboratively learning involving feeder schools and the secondary school teams. And for our new teacher induction program, our learning focused on introduction to number talks, math up, and small group instruction for our newest teachers in the system. In terms of elementary athletics, we wanted to highlight something because we're breaking records with the heat this week, which caused us to look at the number of tournaments we hosted as we were looking at postponing and rescheduling certain events this week. We did a count of tournaments throughout the year in activities such as volleyball, basketball, chook ball, cricket, and soccer, and it amounted to exactly 121 tournaments during this school year. So something we're very proud of as a department. And over this past month alone, we hosted 17 track and field events, and it's great to see the participation rates right across the system. Again, our cross-departmental work in what we called our New Street Education Collaboration involved a very intentional collaboration to formalize leadership development across several departments, including Indigenous rights and education, human rights, equity, inclusive education, elementary and secondary school programs, well-being, environmental leadership, and special education services. And as a group of leaders, I believe it was over 92, we established new ways of working together and work toward building a common stance that centers Indigenous rights and human rights to not only better understand each other, but improve the extent to which we collectively meet the needs of every student. So I want to thank everyone, all the IPLs and superintendents from those departments. And our secondary instructional partners using ministry funds for de-streaming implementation from last spring. We assembled a team of 18 instructional partners who spent the year partnering with teachers in grade 9 English, French, geography, math, and science classrooms to build critical consciousness and implement anti-colonial, anti-racist, and anti-oppressive instructional assessment and evaluation practices to improve our students' sense of belonging and achievement. And then from our Pathways team for specialist high skills majors and our Ontario Youth Apprenticeship program, we continue to see growth in those programs with over 1,600 students participating in SHISMs this year. And our OYAP participation rate increased from 165 students last year to 340 students this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Frankovich. Over to Superintendent Ruddick.
Thank you. Just to build on a couple of things that have already been mentioned. This year we invested deeply in the learning and resources for a multi-tiered system of support for reading. We have trained all elementary and secondary certs in the Wilson Structured Reading Program and supported and modeled the Tier 3 intervention, which complements the Wilson Foundations that Superintendent Frankovich mentioned as a Tier 1 and Tier 2 resource. And we revisioned the delivery of our support, moving our IRTs, or instructional resource teachers, from delivering the intervention to building the capacity of school staff and coaching school staff in delivering the intervention to their own students. We have deepened the CERT capacity to write effective IEPs, including appropriate goals, embedding CRRP, and developing appropriate modifications and accommodations. And we've gathered diagnostic data that will allow us to further understand and analyze our students' learning profiles and target resources, as well as consider the disproportionate representation of students with IEPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Ruddick. Over to Superintendent Barnes.
Thank you. We continue to be guided by our mental health strategy and collaborate with almost all HDSB departments. I want to thank superintendents and staff from school programs, special education services, human rights, equity, Indigenous rights, information services, human resources, Gary Allen, business services, and parent involvement. There's been a wide intersection of the work that we've been doing in the efforts of supporting student mental health and well-being. I'd also like to thank the senior team and admin council for your feedback and approval for many initiatives we have implemented. I just want to share briefly two of the outcomes from the multi-year plan, focus in on increasing students' ratings of improved overall well-being, including cognitive, emotional, social, spiritual, and physical well-being. And the second being increase in educators' confidence, capacity to discuss mental health and well-being with students. Three outcomes this year that I want to highlight, one being the grade 7 and 8 mental health literacy lessons, 3 per grade, have been provided to teachers teaching grade 7 and 8 health, and that equates to approximately 270 classes across the board. Secondly, 106 elementary teachers have been trained providing second step social-emotional learning to their classes. Thirdly, we have provided therapeutic support, individual or group, to 1,590 elementary and secondary students by social workers and psych mental health workers this year. And lastly, we piloted a program with dedicated social work time in 6 schools for grade 7 and 8. And this has been successful. They were expanding the dedicated time to all elementary grade 7 and 8 schools for September. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Barnes. Over to Superintendent Fowler.
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair Collard, to all trustees. I'm very pleased to share a highlight of the work that the Safe Schools Department has undertaken in collaboration with the Equity and Inclusive Education team, the Indigenous Rights and Education team, and Mental Health and Wellbeing. And again, like many of my colleagues, super pleased with the collaboration amongst these departments in rolling things out. So this year, we've really continued to build on our work related to PPM 144, bullying prevention and intervention. And we're very pleased that we have now created a bullying response protocol. So similar to the discriminatory and harmful language protocol, this will outline specific steps and actions that schools will take when reports of bullying are brought forward and or observed by staff. This will help to bring consistency to our system. So this protocol was launched with all school administrators at our Family of Schools meetings in February and into March. It was then rolled out and shared with all educational staff in schools prior to the end of June. We are very much looking forward to sharing additional professional development for staff, including lesson plans and resources, as well as awareness campaigns as we move into the fall for a fulsome rollout system-wide. So very, very proud of this work and really looking forward to the impact that it's going to have on our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Fowler. Over to Superintendent Flahat.
Thank you. Through our Chair Collard, to the trustees, the Environmental Sustainability Report was presented by Superintendent Gaudette. I wasn't in attendance. I was at the MMR graduation, but we were incredibly excited with some of the work, and I'll just highlight a few areas. I know that Superintendent Gaudette discussed a number of things that we've accomplished this year. We're very proud. We were a very small but mighty team this year. So we started off with hiring a manager, environmental leadership and sustainability, expanded that to bring the Near Nature program, which is a staff member facilitator that we hire co-op students from our schools to join, and then those students go in and impact in our elementary schools and develop programming and outdoor education. So the impact gets rippled through the students and through the staff to create those environments. And some of the great things that have happened this year also is we've partnered with the program department, the Superintendent Frankovich and his team, and they worked with 18 facilitators. We found 18 staff members in our schools that have a real passion for environmental leadership, worked to support them, and they became facilitators. They went to other schools. They were given release time to go into other schools and build on that outdoor experiential learning and work with students on site at their schools to develop all sorts of positive learning environments around environmental leadership. We're also quite proud of we hosted a Climate Change Innovation and Green Futures Youth Forum Conference. Attracted over 300 students from across 20 schools in our board here. The conference was a great success, and we had numerous community partners coming with us. And we're also quite proud of one of our big goals was to try to get an environmental leadership team in every school, and we're happy to report that we know of in elementary over 60 educators have identified teams, and over 11 secondary schools as well, and we're working on moving forward with the rest. We have 47 schools that have been certified eco schools this year, which is quite extraordinary. And we're also working with an incredible partner called Learning for Sustainable Future. They've come in, they helped us put that conference together that I mentioned earlier, and helped us apply for a grant through Climate Canada to move some of this work forward. So we continue to progress. We're working on our website next year to develop a site as we move forward, but very exciting times in environmental leadership and sustainability in the HDSB.
Thank you, Superintendent Flahat. And finally, Superintendent Gaudette.
Thank you. I don't have anything prepared because I feel like I get the opportunity to present our capital quite often. Spoke to it slightly tonight. Very proud of the body of work that our small team takes on. And also very excited to co-share the environmental portfolio and was very pleased to speak on behalf of the great effort by the small but mighty team that Eamon just spoke to on the environmental portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as we conclude this piece, I just wanted to thank all of the superintendents and their staff for all the work that they do. Certainly lots of great accomplishments and make a big difference for our staff and our students in the system. And also a great big thank you for pulling together this verbal report on a very short notice. So thank you.
Thank you very much to all the superintendents and to you as well, Associate Director Salmini, for putting this together. The accomplishments in the past year are awe-inspiring. Sometimes we forget just how much it is that we do in the span of a school year. So yes, thank you very much, everyone, for all that hard work. And do you have anything else on your director's report?
Thank you, Chair Collard. With that, I rest for the evening.
He thinks he's going to rest. We still have private session. So now we move up to 5.3, communications from the chair. And I have a couple of things. One is a really lovely thank you from the HLF to the Board of Trustees in the form of a picture drawn by a student. Thank you for helping students. And I will put this in the trustee's office so that we can all share in it together. And there's also a card, and I'm going to pass that around so that everyone has a chance to see it. And as this is our last board meeting of the school year, I'd like to congratulate all of our students. I'd also like to thank all our staff for the caring and compassion they bring to work every day. To the Board of Trustees, I wish you all a good summer, and I know that we have a few projects on the go in July and August. So please remember to take the time to refresh and relax when you can. And that ends my report. If there are any comments or questions, please bring in. Trustee Zhang.
I just realized today we don't have a trustee comments and questions section.
That's because this is a special board meeting. Thank you. We'll now head into private session. Trustee Amos, would you make a motion to go into committee of the whole private session respecting negotiations, personnel, litigation, and property matters?
I'd like to make a motion to move into private session.
This meeting is not open to the public pursuant to the Education Act 2072. Trustee Daniele, would you like to second this motion?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Are there any objections to moving into private session? Seeing none, the motion is passed by unanimous consent, and we are now in private session. Vice Chair Oliver, the floor is yours.
All right, let's take a Lovely. And this was made by students.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We are now in public session. Item 6.2 is approval of business transacted in committee of the whole board private session. Vice Chair Oliver, do you have any business from private session that requires approval?
I do have 3 items. Okay. Just need to consult quick.
Yeah. And the internal negotiations.
Okay, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the resolution from the Halton District School Board Committee of the Whole private session, June 19, 2024, respecting property matters, report 24088, and I so move.
Thank you. Trustee Daniele, would you second this motion? Is there any debate? Seeing none, please cast your votes. By hand. Naveed?
In favor, please.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
The second item, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the resolution from the Halton District School Board Committee of the Whole private session, June 19, 2024, respecting negotiations, report 24101, and I so move.
Thank you. Trustee Zhang, would you second this motion?
Yes, please.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, please cast your votes by hand. In favor.
In favor, please.
Thank you. That passes unanimously.
And the final item, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the resolution from the Halton District School Board Committee of the Whole private session, June 19, 2024, respecting negotiations, report 24102, and I so move.
Thank you. Trustee Gray, would you second this motion?
Yes, I would.
Is there any debate? Seeing none, please cast your votes by hand. Trustee Ahmed.
In favor, please.
Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. We have now reached section 7.0, adjournment. As our agenda is exhausted, I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you and good night.